Hey! Garneth has literally just lost his mind. This is going to be Swampland. This is going to be Thunderburst. Recon is looking at this going, what is happening here? In comes the Heroic Age. Swampland gets dropped. Thunderburst comes down. Even if the Town Center dies, it doesn't matter. I don't understand this in the slightest. Units getting thrown for 6 here. In come the Naginata Riders. Is there enough stuff here for Recon? Garneth is full send at the moment. There's also going to be reinforcements coming through. The Swampland ends. Villagers now getting into the mix. Idle villagers over here. There's the towers also in onto this spot. There's also a Kusanagi that can get dropped down that Recon now finally drops in. Of course, all the villagers are dying. Garneth's down to 15 villagers. He's just trying to make his units out to start dealing with these Jaguar Riders. They're going to dive in. Can Matrius hold this is the big question. Chariot Archer Micro going to start coming in as the Scorpion Man around on the side. Those priests need to be getting this damage done. But they're not. Migdol Stronghold getting empowered as Matrius just not able to deal with these units. One of those Obsidian Shards to come through as well. That's another unit that you need to have the Siege Tower out to actually deal with, funnily enough. Up onto this top side, the medium Jaguar Riders getting targeted down again. Another Obsidian Shard coming in. What has he got? He's got an Obsidian Butterfly coming out of here. I think the other one was in a Yotochli as well. As Matrius, does he have enough stuff to hold this is the question. Chariot Archers doing a good job here to take out the remaining Jaguar Riders. There's not that many here. But an Yotochli comes in. So that's going to 10-pin bowl everyone away. There are the priests in for the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, what is going on? It's your regularly scheduled Age of Mythology Sunday action. Just kidding, it's not regularly scheduled at all. It's absolutely and unequivocally the most unscheduled nonsense ever. We've got the Gameathlon Athens playoff #1 semifinals and finals. No matter what happens today, somebody is walking away with a ticket to the Gameathlon LAN in Athens. That's how exciting this nonsense is right here, right now. Our first matchup is Mosca versus Suppe. Our second matchup is Recon versus Grass. And then those two players, whoever wins those two games, goes on to play a best-of-7 final for us tonight. It's going to be a very exciting time, to be absolutely sure. Now, thank you for the raid there, Kavath. I hope your stream went well. We are going to be jumping over to the head-to-head and seeing how these players have matched up over the years. Let's check it out. Well. If it isn't the absolute opposite of what everybody would think right now, recently, Mosca has been on an absolute tear. He's been beating everyone except for Suppe. He has not taken a single series off of Suppe. Now, they've only met 2 times. They played back in Mythic Wars. They played back in Genesis, which is quite a long time ago. In fact, they haven't played... This is literally a year ago that they played before. Suppe managed to get him in 4 games, but Mosca has leveled up since then. Suppe's also leveled up since then as well, to be absolutely fair. This is going to be a really big clash of styles, clash of strategy, clash of just Age of Mythology sort of perspective. There's a very, very, very different matchup here. We've got fundamental, solid, defensive, reactionary age mythology versus strategic genius and, to be honest, some very, very high level game plan execution from Suppe. So Mosca, fundamental genius. Suppe, strategic genius. Let's jump over to the draft and see what they're going to be picking. Well, well, well. We've got ourselves the draft here, ladies and gentlemen. Bans from Mosca. He bans out the Witzler-Pochley. Suppe bans out Mosca's Poseidon. You don't want to go up against it. You just don't. If, like, you've got, like, one player with Poseidon, like your average Greek player with Poseidon, you kind of fine playing against that Poseidon, to be honest. Mosca, don't ask me how, don't ask me why, don't ask me when, don't ask me where. He's somehow able to win with that Poseidon at a clip way higher than anyone else. So getting that off the table there. And also, Mosca decides to actually ban out Chronos here. Now, this is definitely one of Suppe's prime picks. He's very good with the Chronos. So taking that away. So a bit of an OP pick getting banned and a bit of a targeted pick there from Mosca. Suppe then just takes out the Susanoo. And, well, I think Suppe kind of realizes that if he takes the Poseidon ban and then the Susanoo ban, then Mosca's going to take Tsukiyomi. And that's not really a priority pick for Suppe, I think. He used to be a Tsukiyomi main to some degree. He got the highest rating he's ever gotten with Tsukiyomi, but since being nerfed, it's a different type of situation now for him. He's happy to say, you have that. He takes Nuwa first and Quetzalcoatl second. Huge picks there for Suppe, in my opinion. They're really, really good for him. Mosca's taking Amaterasu and Zeus. I like the Zeus pick from Mosca. It's one of his Greeks. It's one of his solid gods. I think he's going to be really good with it. Amaterasu is just really strong at the moment. Then we've also got the Fushi and the Loki from Suppe. Hades and Gaia from Mosca as well. Kind of takes the... excuse me. Kind of takes that Hades away from Suppe as well to some degree. But I don't think Suppe's caring too much about the Greeks at the moment. And then the draft rounds out with a Shenong Odin for Suppe and a Set for Mosca. We're jumping into an Amaterasu versus Odin for game number 1. It is on the map Elysium. Let's check it out. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, in the right-hand corner of the map, vying for a ticket to Athens. In the blue color, playing as Amaterasu, it is Mosca. His opponent today, also equally excited about the prospects of a Athens tournament experience. In the red color, playing as Odin, it is Husk Suppe. A battle of wits, brains, fundamentals, and stylistic differences. Suppe opens up with his tried and true Odin build. He can rush, he can get relics, he can do whatever he wants, and he is in this situation deciding to go for the Hersir. Early Hersir coming out means, well, one thing. Two things, actually. One is he's going to be able to find himself the relics on the map. If you take a quick look, he hasn't actually been able to spot any just yet, but there are some over here. There's the arrows of Heracles on this side. On the left side are all of the other relics. There is the great Sompantli, which is going to be boosting up those sentry towers, making them a little bit cheaper. And then we have the ship of fingernails. A little bit of extra food goes a long way. And then finally, there is the fetters of Fenrir. Just a nice assistance to defend if your villagers get attacked. If you do need to sort of defend a gold mine or something like that, it can be quite nice where that's concerned. But this is going to be a slower advance for Suppe. And he's used to this. This is fine for him. He is playing against Amaterasu, not really known for the early aggression. Though you can go in for Amano Uzume and put something onto Suppe. But those Hurso being out early means as soon as he hits the classical age, he's going to be in a good spot. And we do see Mosca opting in for the Mina Katatomi. So we're not going to see any early game aggression. It's just going to be straight in for defensive fundamental play. I was talking about this. It is just how it is. This is what Mosca likes to do. And how unlucky can one Suppe be?
Yo.
He's literally scouted the entirety of the top side of the map, but the relics are all on the bottom side. So he does miss out on those. He might wander over there a little bit later and try and grab them, but he's looking for some pressure early on, and he does decide to go for Heimdall here. As the Miko does get sent back. Little bit of pressure here as the age up's not quite in. Healing from the other Miko is going to shut down all of this early game nonsense. He can also undermine the wooden wall if he really wants to, as still a little bit more fighting coming in. Of course, you don't really want to take the fight until you hit the next age completely, as now he's going for it, and that will be the next age in for Suppe. I'm pretty sure the Miko not going to have the easiest of time here, as it's going to get healed back up all the way back into this main base. But now Suppe's going after the villagers on the back, and they have to pull back. So some pretty nice damage here from Suppe early on. So long as he doesn't lose anything, he should be in a good spot here. As is that a... No way that's a town center. No way that's a town center. I don't think that Suppe can stop this, but I mean, he can't stop it. There's no stopping the town center, but he just knows what's going on here. I mean, what do? Do you start just beating at the town center and see how much damage you can get done? It's not going to be able to stop it. There's enough villagers here. This Mosca opening is kind of insane. As the one Yudo going to get targeted down, that will actually end up getting picked off without a solar shield, but the solar shield comes through. Hurso changing onto the villagers up onto this side, as that healing is just so strong. Suppe is going so hard. He does now pick off one Miko. Going after the next Miko will be some damage to come through. There's 20 seconds left on the town center, as... Will he get the fill here? He does pick off one villager. While this is all going on behind it, the problem for Suppe is he just hasn't really been producing things. The Hursa is still coming through. Undermine onto the town center doesn't really do all that much, as the ironry are coming through. Is this going to be enough? I don't think it will. He's going to have to run, and he's probably going to lose a Hursa or two on the escape. Wow, Mosca gets away with his town center, but I can't say that that was worth it for him. That's a wild, absolutely wild decision from Mosca. Now, Suppe has to make his own choice. Does he go back and play defense now and get his own second town center? Does Suppe decide to go for a full all-in here? The gold mine situation isn't the best for Mosca, but he does have a nice gold over on this right side, which he can move to, and or this left side very far away. So there are those two things. As the ironry comes through, does use that special, as the Hursa are going to come in. They're going to pick off one villager, going after the next villager here as well, as the ironry can tank the town center as well. He gets the fill pick, and Suppe is out of there. What a wild start to this game. Suppe now dropping a longhouse. I have to imagine he's thinking town center here. It's just he's got so much of the map that just not going for an all-in after doing that much damage just kind of makes sense. Of course, after doing that much damage and going for an all-in here also makes sense, but it's Mosca. And sometimes it's better to just say, Mosca, your defense is just too good. I'm not going to go crazy on you. Let's try do something a little bit more down the line, a little bit more inside of the Suppe wheelhouse, which is this Heimdall boom. He's going to get the walls set up all over the map. He's already got Safeguard. He's already got Riggs Thula, so his unique technologies are in, and it's going to be very, very, very strong for him, as Mosca does lose his Kitsune does not manage to scout the town center being up. You might be able to make a guess that that's happening, but, well, the town center will be through for Soup. He is a couple villages behind on the whole thing, but he's going to be able to catch up because of Rigstall. Like, trains faster, everything trains faster. So we'll see what is going to be developing here after the economic upgrades come through. What sort of like plan after this for Soup? He had a nice plan to get it kicked off. Did Soup get all the relics? I think he did. I think he went around and he picked them all up. He's found them now. He's got 2 on the other side. Is there a random Miko that's picked up the relics? No. And Soup's just holding on to them. Am I blind? Oh, there they are. Both the relics now coming back in. Soup's going to be enjoying those as the Naginata Riders are going to be searching for villages to pick off. Soup is in the center of the map for the moment, so there is some damage that can come through as Mosca still searching around, yet to actually spot this position as he's going to come over into this black fog and just be like, where could those villages be? And he does manage to spot them. Soup here going to turn and get some shanks in, but I mean, there's Solar Shield. And that's going to be really, really annoying to deal with. Immediately moving on to the other Naginata Rider, and it looks like that's going to be another villager going down as, well, the Naginata Rider will just say, Solar Shield is over, let me get out of there. Nice play from Mosca as he gets some early game damage revenge in. So the first punch was thrown from Soup. Mosca responds with the left hook as now the wall's coming up over onto this second gold mine. The Mosca fundamentals are in. And we are going to be seeing Soup equally saying, hey, if you're going to take this side, let me at least block this off, prevent this food from ever going Mosca's way. That's got to be the idea there, is now the walls are just going up everywhere. And of course, with Safeguard and with Norse, the walls are dirt cheap. You don't have to spend villager training time, or gathering time, I should say, villager gathering time. And the walls are down to, what is this, 7 gold for a long wall. That's down from 21, or 15, excuse me, down from 15 gold. But Soup actually says it's not 2 town centers he wants. He's going 3. He's going 3 town centers. That's kind of insane, no? The problem is that Mosca doesn't know what's going on here. Of course, he can guess that there's a town center, but would you ever guess that there's 3? Would you ever guess that there's 3? I don't think you would. Berserk's now got themselves Berserk again, which means they can get around the map faster, can get those raids off as well, and can look for more walls. Here comes medium infantry for Soup. So what's the plan to get out of this from Mosca? Mosca's walling up the entirety of his own map. This is very important. Very, very important for Japan versus Norse. Otherwise, they're going to get in here with these berserks and cause a lot of problems. One villager gets picked off. Now, Soup searching for more villagers over here. What does he see? He sees a villager onto this side. He could try for that, but instead, down to the bottom side, there are going to be wolves over here. Meanwhile, up onto this top position, the wall for Soup is going to get broken down. I don't think he's got quite enough stuff here to defeat all of the samurai, so he's got to be careful there as the berserk's charging in. They're actually facing up against wolves as the samurai will be in to deal with all of that. Soup's charging around, trying to get a villager pick, but he will be dropping all of those berserks for this one villager. It looks like not worth it in the slightest there for Soup. Is the army going to come in? I still don't see any throw an axeman. There are 2 in queue here as in comes the Soupster. The samurai are going to be having that front line. They do so much damage here. You could also bring the villagers off and start shanking, and he indeed does go for that. He doesn't have himself the survival equipment yet, but it doesn't matter. He has the relic. So those are hitting very, very hard as Mosca is sent back, and Soup will be able to hold on for a little bit, get a little bit of revenge fire in, and after losing all those berserks on the bottom, he's got to be happy about this situation. Drags the units in, picks off all of those Yumi archers, and on this side as well, the Naginata Riders, they have to pull away. Soup is in control, it looks like, as Mosca, well, he's hiding behind his walls. From an economic standpoint, Mosca's in a good spot. It's 56 villages to 69, though. It's maybe not in an economic standpoint, but in a technological standpoint, because he's just hit that Bushido tier 2, he's in a good spot, and he can start working towards Bushido tier 3. What Suppe should be trying to do here, and it's tough to do it, but he should take at least one Berserk out and continue these walls. Take the rest of this map, because why not? Raiding cavalry into the main base, searching after villages here, random Mikos to get targeted down as Mosca needs to get up here and take the fights as the Throwing Axeman pulling back ever so slightly. We are seeing a Samurai going down in the main base as another Solar Shield is forced out there as the villager is going to try and keep itself alive, but not going to be able to do so. Can Suppe get out of here? He might have to drop Undermine if he doesn't want to escape, or just target down the wall there. He says, all right, no, we'll take this fight, and now there goes the Undermine. Not what he wanted to do. He was stuck in there. Nice sacrifice on the villager, but the favor was in, and he can run away as now the resources are in for Suppe. His economy has absolutely exploded in this game. He's at 800 food, nearly 3,000 gold as an armory is going to get dropped down. Desperation to some degree, but he just needs to get the units out. It's 160 pop for Mosca. That's the problem. 160 pop for Mosca. A couple of extra temples down for Ironhari and Frost Giants to come through. Of course, the Frost is going to be huge. Armory upgrades all starting to come in as well on the side of Mosca. He's already got himself copper weapons. He's going up for the copper armor. And on top of this, now there's going to be ballistics in for those Yumi archers. While this is going on, though, raiding cavalry looking for any bit of distraction. Losing this raiding cavalry pack, this isn't going to matter in the slightest. This is just about slowing the Mosca pain train down. Because all Suppe needs is some time now. Though Townsend are going up for Mosca over onto this left side. I do wish that was already walled off. This could have been denied from Suppe. But Mosca's going to be living the dream here. Having this town center, he can then use that to get up onto this position and maybe start throwing his own walls down there and look for some more stuff over here. Raiding cavalry coming in to try and take down the villagers on the gold mine. As while this is happening in, Suppe comes trying to take out that back line as the Frost will get dropped. This is not the best of Frosts, but there will be a hill fort getting dropped in. The villagers on this position still going down as Mosca says, all right, time for the Shanky Shanks. As we have also got the Solar Shield getting dropped, and Suppe's going to have to do some ring around the rosy micro. The Frost Giants now slowly starting to come in, as well as Rhyme. So much gold in the bank here for Suppe. Should mean he can just get those out so quickly. And I don't think there is a single hero in. There isn't a single hero in for Mosca at the moment. These Frost Giants should be a gigantic help as the hill fort is still coming up. Suppe looks to be somewhat stuck here as his units are trying to pull away, but Mosca says, I'll pull back myself because I don't like that position, and Suppe will come out of the spot, and he does have to abandon the hill fort here as Mosca is now ready to start making his own push back. The Frost Giants getting some good frosts in here. You can hit the Samurai. That's what you want to do with those Frost Giants. Mosca needs heroes, and he does immediately say, oh, you've got myth units, no worries. Let me get my On the Musha out, and they will come and help out. But this should be a really, really good opportunity for Suppe to make something happen, but he's pulling away from the fight. Again, it's hard to micro this, but you've got to get the Throwing Axeman onto the Samurais. Equally, Mosca's got to get his Naginata Riders onto the Throwing Axeman, or he needs some sort of ranged force to make something happen. And Suppe charging forward, the On the Musha are giving themselves away to some degree. You want to be targeting them down, but he gets onto the back line. Mosca gets onto the back line. A couple of units starting to fall as the Throwing Axemen are not targeting Samurai, and this will be giving Mosca a big edge in this fight as Suppe now pulls back. It's going to be full population versus full population. Mosca's gotten through the worst of this advantage that Suppe was building up. He's up to tier 3 Bushido. He's going to be able to now look for a heroic age, which means Thunderdome is coming in, which means extra upgrades are coming through, and Suppe did not manage to lock this town center off. He's trying to get himself the gold mines sorted out onto the left side, but walls are coming up all along the back here as well. As Soup comes over here, and he's like, I'll get my own walls up, but now there's going to be a gap there. He might not notice it. Village has pushed off that gold mine as well, as Soup needs to take this fight here, and he needs to be winning this fight here. Focusing down those heroes is the most important thing with those throwing axemen, but equally on the Musha, they can't go frontline here, because if they go into the frontline, they get erased. And now the Frost Giants are just going to sit here and live the dream in this fight. But is there enough even with all of that happening? I don't know. Soup here, he's got only 4 longhouses in, 5 great halls. On the flip side, Mosca's got 4 dojos. That's close to equal to 8 dojos when you think about it. 3 stables, 3 guardhouses. He's got a lot of infrastructure. Up onto the top side now, though. The portable ram coming through. Berserk's in to support, but the villagers, they're ready for the Shanky Shanks. It's the town center getting targeted down. Mosca is doing the garrison micro, as Soup also going to be doing some little micro from himself. The real reason that Soup can sit in here with all these berserks is because that portable ram is tanking, and as soon as the portable ram dies, he might just pull those berserks out of here. But nonetheless, into the front, onto this position. Soup almost ignoring this for the time being, as now the hill fort on the back will be popping up. But this big problem for Soup is where to next. He's got himself fortified town centers. He's got himself 28 dwarves. Gold situation. He's got a little bit of gold onto the top. He's over onto this left side. This middle position is of utmost important. This position as well. If this position gets take, then Mosca's going to have a really, really tough game here. You've also got the random villagers in this corner ready to potentially go for some sort of a side build there as well. As more villagers going down, more attack from the portable rams here as a castle into the middle for Mosca, so Mosca can start sieging Soup's town center. It's been true since the beginning of time as an undermine to come in and finished off this town center for Soup. It's been true since the beginning of time, though. If Norse loses a town center, life becomes very, very tricky. Raiju gets taken out as the throwing axeman going to continue to get that damage done up onto the top position. This one Raiju not going to be enough for all of this infantry up here. And losing that town center effectively means now that Soup's got himself 40 population. 45 population advantage. So he can easily sit on this side with not very with a lot of units and continue to push through the middle. Mosca, he is in a tough spot. He's trying to make the Raiju out. There are some Godi, not really enough Godi here. I'd love to see some more Hersir coming in or something like that. Some more Frost Giants coming in for Soup. An Iron Hurry coming in, something like that to help him out, just so that he can deal with this Raiju presence. The other issue is if this army does end up falling, then Soup's main base is open. Town center is up, though, for Soup. Coming in onto this position, the portable ram getting taken down. But with the berserks here, Mosca's got to leave this gold mine. Mosca's got himself 900 gold on the right. This one's open, but, I mean, portable rams can get over there and start taking that out. Do we see any sort of siege coming through for Mosca at the moment, though, is the question. And onto the middle side as Soup will pull through his own walls. Ready to see something. We'll see you have the Raiju on this left side going down. This wall coming up onto the spot now for Soup to just lock the rest of the map off. One Miko goes down as the shrine also going to be falling. More Hersir for Soup now. It's what he needs to deal with these Raiju as the Oyumi is out. So Mosca does have an angle here to push through this. The big problem for Soup is that Mosca is about to hit Bushido tier 4. And, well, what does that mean? It means the champion units is going to be in, and Soup is not close to being able to deal with that. The castle on this position looks like it will be going up as well. And Soup's still trying to deal with things over on this side. The Berserks are getting converted over here, but I think you can just get those villagers back in, no problems. As tier is on the way now for Soup. That's perfect because he's going to be up to that Mythic Age so that he can get himself the champion units. That's the problem that he's going to be facing here. Look at the other problem for Suppe, actually, is that his gold situation is not looking too good. A market placed into the corner, but nothing there just yet to take it out. Has to take out the wall first as the units break through into the main base, however. The portable rams still causing issues. This town center has been at nearly 1800 HP since the start of the game. Now towers coming up onto this spot, but Suppe might be spreading himself just that little bit too thin. If he waited on this Fimbulwinter, he might have been able to actually get the attack in and taking the town center out. The portable ram now finished, as funnily enough the wolves will start to target down the Shrine of the Hunt wolves over here. Units still trying to make their way through on this position. It's 160 pop apiece here as both players are struggling to get their economy going into the top corner. Suppe still hasn't placed those markets. His units haven't quite gotten up there just yet. The town center over here is slowly starting to go down as Suppe trying to send a couple of units over and deal with that. It's not going to be working out for him. Fenris Wolves here are a real option for Suppe. He's got 180 favor here as we do have in onto this position the Thunderburst that that Mosca has been holding onto for such a long time. As the Oyumi will get chased down. This town center is 1500 HP. It's still got a little bit of survivability here. Fenris Wolf can come over and probably take that out as well. All these berserks versus the champion samurai can't be good for him. In this position though, Suppe is getting up a hill fort on the face of Mosca. On the face of Mosca, and Mosca is responding with his own castle for the time being, but that's terrifying. Now the market's up for Suppe. He's still got gold over here. He's still got gold over here. If he can just take some villagers off of wood, like on this one, and come over and actually mine gold, he's going to be fine. He's got so many resources. It's now the villagers to come on to the castle. The berserks will get some kills. Solar Shield gets dropped down to try and give that survivability in. Market finally up for Suppe as he can start that trade route he does desperately need. But while this is all going on, the siege push from Mosca still continuing across. It's upgrades coming in and Suppe just not macroing. Sell 2,000 wood and you can get everything started. Now the Goaty coming in, Ursa coming in. He does need those. Mosca's going to say, I'll take the town center now. Thank you very much. Mosca's got himself set up. He's going to be in a really good spot here for full population, as the samurai will be able to take out these berserks here as well. They're pretty strong. I don't think the berserks have got enough. Do they have berserker gang yet? They don't have berserker gang yet, so I think the samurai might actually win that fight. 2 samurai versus 8 berserks. Nonetheless, portable rams coming through, going to try and take out the castle as the double hill fort on the back there from Suppe. And Suppe now finally onto this gold mine. The big problem for Mosca is he doesn't really have a gold mine himself here. He's only got, but he's got 3 markets and he's got all of the deer caravans. And now with the town center up, this is where things might start to turn around for Mosca. Can Suppe stamp him out with this side build though, is the big question. Undermine here will deny the castle for the moment. Give him a little bit more survivability. But I want to see some myth units coming out. Like, surely some Fenris Wolves here would not be a terrible decision. 127 favor. You can build 6 Fenris Wolves to come in and snipe all the siege. Snipe some villagers on the gold mine in the middle of the map as well. With Mosca getting that gold back, that is a big issue. That this could lead to somewhat of a base trade here if that works for Suppe, though, I think, because he's going to have himself the Bravery Huskars and he can just build up in that spot. These Oyumi aren't the strongest of siege weapons. It takes a while to take them down. And Suppe's got himself Architects. On the flip side, there's no access to Engineers, which you need to start really doing that damage until you're in the Mythic Age, of which Mosca is not close to. Berserk's going to continue to hit this gold mine as well into the main base. These units are just swinging through, and I think Suppe's overcommitted a little bit there as the portable ram slowly taking down the town center. The village is going to be attempting to stop that as he's trying to repair it back up, not helping those portable rams on that town center. A little bit of a question mark move there as the watchtower is going to be doing what it can, and Suppe just can't get himself out an army here. Mosca the fundamentals, the macro, just so solid under all of this pressure. The Soup will pull back underneath his hill fort and tower again. He's lost houses. He's got to get those back up. Castle coming up now for Mosca on this position is exactly what he needs. Securing that gold mine is going to be huge for him. He can also start just buying food and wood if need be. It's really cheap for him at the moment as the unit's charging forward. There is now siege engineers in for Soup, so his portable rams are going to be really, really strong. Taking this town center down does stop the trade route. Throw an axeman in to take out the samurai, but you've got a micro here as the Rams slowly taking the town center down, but the villagers taking the portable rams down as well. Main base still under attack, and we do finally see some Fenris wolves coming in, but I mean, they're really, really good here. They should be able to take out the Oyumi, no problems. That's what he needs them for. Charge in, kill off the Oyumi. They've also got the Berserks coming in up to the top side as well, as he will be able to deny the pressure for the time being. The siege attack. Some more rams coming through, taking buildings down left, right, and center. It's just absolute chaos from Soup here as the Ballista. That's going to attempt to start being a little bit more of an effective, consistent siege unit to take down the town center for Mosca. Mosca's also got himself that Architects coming through. He's got Orkuni Nushi pre-queued for Mythic Age, but it's just going to be a very, very long time until that actually comes in. Fenris Wolves. And you can see the effectiveness of these Fenris Wolves as they make short work of that Japanese human unit army. Another undermine to deny the castle up onto this side. A little bit late on that cast, though, as it finishes up. And, well, Soup can take down both of those anyways. But Mosca reclaims the position here as Soup's got to pull back. He's got the double hill forts up, so there is some defense. Does he have himself his upgrade? No. That technology, advanced fortifications, is so key. So key in these types of situations. Does so much damage. Just for those of you playing at home, what does that technology do? 50% more bonus damage. 50% more damage. Just period. So if the hill fort's doing 36 damage, it's going to be going up to its base damage. We'll just work with me here. It's going to be going up to nearly 50 damage, right? Not bad. As the town center going down, and Mosca, he taps out. I don't believe he was lost here, but he taps out. The Soupster manages to, and he is now getting that advanced fortifications. He manages to hold on. This was not looking good for Soup. He just couldn't get population out. He couldn't get anything happening here for a moment. But the minute he spends his favor, the minute he gets back to 235 population, Mosca says, nope, I can't make it happen. A hard-fought game here by both, but Soup ends up getting the better of it. Both players started off, well, Mosca started off shaky, but he got the revenge fire in, which equalized and gave him an advantage. But then the way that Soup just constructed this Heimdall game, he knows how to Heimdall at such a high level. I think the only thing here that I would have liked to see was one Berserk out of the army just finishing the walls up. Because if he'd walled up this entire position, this game would have been over at 15 minutes. Like, it was such a big advantage from Soup. Nonetheless, a well-played game here for him. Gets off the races. We're going to jump back into the draft and see what we're going to be seeing for game number 2. Hope you guys are having a fantastic time hanging out with me. Let's check it out. Alrighty, guys. It is going to be a Tsukiyomi versus Quetzalcoatl game. This is a matchup I have played once. Well, I played the Pantheon matchup once before. I think I don't remember if I was playing Tezcatlipoca or I was playing Huitzilopochtli or I was playing Quetzalcoatl. But I've played it once before. And I'll tell you what I like. I like the classical age here for Aztecs. I like the classical age here for the Aztecs. I think if you can go for that, it's going to be a good time. Part of it is to get security of the map. The other part of it is that the Tlalmani Spearmen are so good versus those horses, those Naginata riders. The Tequila archers, once you get enough of them, are so good versus those samurai because you just start scoot and shoot backwards, and the spearmen protect the archers from the excuse me. The spearmen protect the archers from the cav, and the archers protect the spearmen from the samurai. It's kind of wild how that works, right? You got, what does that even mean? How can the archers protect the spearmen? You're just running and the damage is being done, right? And you just keep on pulling back. And the micro is hard though, to be completely fair. On the other side, you go, well, if that's the case, then surely the Yumi archers are really good. To which I say, yes, they are. But, and it's a pretty big but, those Coyote warriors end up being really key here. Now, once you get to the heroic age and the shinobi start coming through for Tsukiyomi, it gets a little bit more dicey, but you do have access to the very important Sean one in the heroic age, as well as Eagle Warrior. So there's probably a nice way through here for the Quetzalcoatl, but there's some really big timings to be worried about. And Tsukiyomi is a timing god in the end of the day. Apparently it's 2 Eagle and you just want to make Eagle Warriors. The problem with just making Eagle Warriors is you're playing into what Tsukiyomi wants to do, which is raid you into the ground. And if you want to go for a handful of Spearmen Watchtowers and then go heroic age for Eagle Warriors, that's probably another valid move. But I feel like you might run into some second gold mine issues. Soup is neither my cousin nor my nor my brother, but we are bald brothers. Yes, yes. Well, we're just getting started today, guys. This is literally, I mean, it's the start, the first game of what is potentially going to be a best of 5 series. And don't forget, the next game after this is the, well, it's the other semifinal, Recon in Grass, which is again going to be another blockbuster match. And then we've got the finals for week 1. So it's kind of a big deal. It's kind of a big deal. All right. All right. I'm going to just go ahead and apologize in advance. I'm going to tell you guys what for, but apparently this is something that you guys are enjoying. I think you guys are all trolls. I think you guys are all trolls. All right. So Tsukiyomi, Quetzalcoatl. I'm not even 100% sure what the keys to victory are here from the Tsukiyomi side, considering it's gorge. It's a very open map. So it's easy to kind of move away from the timing attack sort of situation. Well, we'll see how it's going to go. Let's jump into game number 2. Mosca, not starting off too well. Normally, he'd be getting off to a very fiery start, having a lot of success, but not today. Let's jump into game number 2 on the map Gorge, and apologies for Discord pings. Alrighty, in the left-hand corner of the map, Mosca Playing as Tsukiyomi in the right-hand corner of the map. Picking your Discord, it is Mr. Ace's Husk Soup. Playing as Quetzalcoatl. We're on the map Gorge. Everyone's favorite Discord map. And we've got ourselves the Feather of Bafang. Human Soldier. Damage bonus against buildings plus 0.2x. Up to the top here, we do have the Gungnir Odin's Spear. Just going to be damage of melee attack plus 5% of base there. And finally, no, not finally, there's 2 more relics. We've got the Kui Drum. This is going to be the heroes increasing damage by 0.25%. So 1% HP lost. And finally, Tail Feathers of Heaven. That's a big relic here for both players. Giving the infantry units a little bit of extra divine damage. So, game plans. Suppe. You can already see he's opened up for his triple Calpulli opening. It's really simple for those of you wanting to play at home and try and work out how to do these pro level builds. Let me explain. You put 3 villagers onto the first Calpulli, and then you get Lumber Outpost. Then you put 3 villagers onto food, and you get the Livestock Pen. And then you put 3 villagers onto gold with another craft workshop, and you get another Calpulli, and you get craft workshop. And then you put the rest onto food, and as soon as you can afford the temple, you drop that, you drop a house, and you live the dream. Big eco, very simple to remember. It's the 3-3-3 build. On the flip side here, Mosca. He's dropping his temple. He's only going for the 1 Miko at the moment, getting his scouting in. 10 cows currently grabbed for Mosca. As some will get stolen back here as well. Some will come up onto this side, and we'll see what's going to happen. Inari Okami from Mosca. There's not really any surprises here. Going for Amano Uzume with Tsukiyomi, the only real synergy that I can think of, and I think it's kind of interesting, it's kind of a nice idea, is the Shinobi angle. Amano Uzume, you get the infantry tech, then you go in the mythic age through Watatsumi, and you get the smoke bomb tech, or the seaside infiltrators. Kind of makes some sense. But nonetheless, up to the top side. Mosca already onto secondary hunt, as we are going to be seeing Huehue Koyoro. That's a different angle here. I'm a little surprised on that one. I'm not exactly sure what the game plan is outside of the fact that he just wants to get Teponatsli drums, and also having the lullaby can be really nice as well. As Soup makes his move out onto the secondary hunt as well, there's already Naginata riders coming through from Mosca, and he's going to be very, very prepared to find that hunt. This is something Soup does quite a lot of. He leaves his base early, goes on to hunt when it's not the safest, but he will have himself the laser turret, and he is going to sit over here and probably be okay to defend. As Soup sets up his turret, and the scouting coming through from Mosca, just trying to figure out exactly what he is up against. And of course, as the Kitsune comes close, it's going to take a pretty decent chunk of damage before it gets out of here. Almost gets picked off there. It was one more shot and it would have been taken out. As the army of units from Mosca to come through, and Soup does spot it, but does he spot it with his own units or not? He's not pulling up onto this side to defend himself. He's going in for some Ocelot warriors here as the units are going to come through, and Soup now, this is first blood drawn as the villagers pull away from the laser turret. And unfortunately for Soup, he did see everything. He did notice it, but he didn't actually see it himself. He could have seen it if he looked, but unfortunately did not. And Mosca, very, very happy there. Gets in, gets a Vil pick, loses a Kitsune, not the end of the world, and gets out. As random walls coming up over onto this side. Mosca doesn't notice it. He's going to be pulling up to the top, and he's out of there. While this is all going on, however, ball is taken down. Jiragumo standing guard. We've also got some Coyote Warriors actually starting to come through as Suppe's expecting to see some archers. My thought on this is you don't want to build the Coyote Warriors until you confirm your opponent's going for archers. And once you see the archers being built, you have to be really in tune with how many archers they're building. And you want to build just the right amount of Coyote Warriors. It's very, very tough to use them, but they are very good if you get it right. Armory coming up for Mosca as he is wanting this fast heroic. On the flip side, Suppe is staying in the classical age. Suppe is staying in the classical age. We will be seeing the units trying to come in. There is some room for a stealth attack onto these villagers, but Suppe doesn't want that. He's just going to come in and say, hello there, villagers. Tries to get onto the front. There goes the tailwind. That's going to be one villager picked. Two villagers picked there as the Naginata Riders trying to play some defense, but not going to be able to do a whole lot. That's a big amount of damage, but it's a big god power down the drain there. As up to the top side now, Suppe is searching for some more. He's about to get that Teponatsli drums there, so his units will all be incredibly fast. The villagers do pull back. They get back to safety, and Mosca stays out of line of sight. Up onto this side, though, the turret. This thing is tanking up for days. For those of you who don't know, it's got 60% hack armor here, so it is incredibly tanky versus anything and everything not named crush it's not anything that doesn't have crush damage. Basically, if it's got crush damage, then it does a lot. But or if it's got the alternative of divine damage, ignoring armor. Anyways, damage dealt from Suppe, but heroic age in for Mosca as Suppe is continuing on his ocelotl journey. And we will see the medium nobles huts coming in. Coyote Warrior, Ocelotl Warrior. And I guess the Coyote Warriors are actually in to try and deal with Yumi Horse Archer, which sort of makes sense when you think about it. Just take a look at the upgrade from Suppe. If he gets this one, then he's already got 5.8 speed Coyote Warriors. Then he gets this tech, and this gives him an extra 15% reduction, or a reduction of 15% of vulnerability to pierce. Those Yumi Horse Archers are going to simply just melt. And on top of that, he's got Lullaby. So if Mosca gets out of position, which he probably is going to, because he's playing Tsukiyomi and he wants to put pressure and he wants to use his power spikes, if he gets out of position, then he's going to lose all his units to a Lullaby and to those Coyote Warriors diving in onto them. And onto this side, the Warrior Priests distracting in as the Coyote Warriors diving forward. Not able to quite get the damage that he wanted as the Shogun is through, and that's going to be just immediately attacked. Doesn't get too much damage off as he's going to be pulling back. The corner, we do have a random Miko getting some nice favor generation there. Miko is going to be getting that healing in as well. And Mosca still playing defense as Kuikakali training just about to come in. Now, for the moment here, Suppe, I don't think he's got a single upgrade in terms of armor, but his Coyote Warriors are at 62% pierce armor. So they have a lot of survivability here versus those Horse Archers. Up onto the top, let's spot the shrine. The Coyote Warriors coming up to the top here as well. They will spot a random Tengu. But that Tengu is like, well, those guys are too quick. 5.8 speed is incredibly fast for a counter archer infantry unit. That's a mouthful. That is a mouthful. Now we got the Ivory Netsuke coming in. Aesthetic practices as well. Pre-queued as Coatlicue coming in. And now we're going to be seeing the Aratochli. We're going to have that String of Hearts tech. Big God Power as well to come through. As a bunch of other stuff as well. As one Coyote Warrior gets sniped. No Spearman just yet from Suppe. He's very happy to just build these Ocelotl Warriors. They are technically a counter to the Naginata Riders, but they're a soft counter to the Naginata Riders, more so than anything else. Another option is to actually just sack villages and then go for another Tailwind, and you can dominate this fight. Onto the backside, coming in with the Coyote Warriors. In there is the New Moon, as well as the Swampland, and Soup will retreat. Or run away, I should say, from the top. He's not even going back to his main base. On the backside, the Shinekwe is going to be getting taken out. And Mosca is looking for another engagement here, as Soup says, all right, we can take this one. The Swampland is almost over as the units charge forward, trying to take everything. And there goes the Earth Monster, as some revenge damage will be getting thrown in. Some units get out, some units do not, and they will get thrown straight back in to the meat grinder on this side. And I highly doubt they're going to be able to escape through this wall here, as out they come. And Soup says, hello there, Sailor. I will kill all of your units. And Mosca almost doesn't even try to get out of here. The 10-pin bowling to keep them in as well. Huge revenge fire from Soup, as Mosca, no more Swampland, no more timing attack. Soup still has Lullaby. Now, if he can get a good cast of this Lullaby off, I don't know what Mosca can do, because Mosca's not building an army that can just kind of sit there for 10 seconds and take damage. It's gonna get brutalized. But that being said, Mosca is in a good spot. He's got 37 villages. He can put up a castle here. He can take the game slowly and try and play for a little bit later in the game. Tengu up onto this side is looking for villager picks as the warrior pieces. They are quick. 5.5 speed is faster than 5.3, so they should be able to catch up here. And especially with the rest of these units in to get some snaring off. Don't even need the snaring as the Tengu ends up falling. Another Tengu looking into the bottom side. Another Tengu coming into the middle here as well, as Soup going to try and defend everything at once. Not easy to do. Mosca is really flexing that multiple attack groups shenanigans, as the Eagle Warrior does end up going down. And the Warrior Priest will say, get out of here. I'll chase you down. No problems. That being said, look at this. There are 2 Ayatochlis. These things are strong. And now Soup reveals his presence. And in come the Ayatochlis. He's going to take out the first tower there. Potentially go after something else. Of course, Lullaby still in, so he can use that if he wants to make the attack actually work here. As in he goes onto this side. Lullaby onto the back line is also an option. And there he goes, as the Coyote Warriors do manage to start taking down these units here. The Tengu is back in as well. Up onto this side, the Warrior Priest trying to chase in onto the Tengu Master, as the Shogun has very little HP remaining. And the town center for Mosca is going to be getting taken down. That Shogun does stay alive with 62 HP. The Coyote Warriors are getting taken out, though. Samurai are in the mix, most likely from the Shogun. The town center, very little HP remaining. Will it be surviving, though? There is going to be another special to be used. And now, Soup, he's sitting in front on the military cost. He's killed the town center. We do have that Shogun is managing to get some Samurai out. That's huge here for Mosca, as the rest of the units from Soup are going to be falling. Is there enough stuff here? We've got some more Ocelotl Warriors to come through, as the Tajipla will get taken out, not before he gets a couple more shots off. And, well, more units to come through. But I think Soup's done the damage there to some degree. But now he has to figure out how he's going to be dealing with everything else. Turning around onto this side for another bit of a fight. There will be another Tailwind available, as the Ayatochli is going to be getting somewhat of a defense in. Eagle Warriors getting targeted down, as Mosca looks like now he's actually in the driver's seat. The difference in military is pretty close here, but there's still no real answer for those Samurai. That being said, it looks like there's just not enough of them, and Mosca has to pull back. Not only does Mosca have to pull back, but he's dropping his own town center. If that Ayatochli comes in, he can take it out. Not going for it, as the Naginata Riders are going to be coming up onto the top. And I've got to ask the question, why are there no spearmen being built? I'll tell you why. Well, Soup doesn't have a single war hut up. He's now throwing them down as he's like, I need something a little bit more effective to take these bad boys out. There's the Miko coming through for all those heals. The town center going down here basically equalized the villager differential. I mean, the problem for Soup is he did lose a lot of villagers, but I think he's been sacrificing them. Where is he up to on the sacrifice? No, he hasn't really been. He must have just been losing them to the raids is the only real valid like answer. Reasonable answer. Walls coming up all over the place as well. Do we see Spearmen is the big question. Soup does have to get some upgrades in for them. He still needs his heavy upgrades as well anyways from the Noble's Hut. The army charging back in. Those Coyote Warriors, not really too effective anymore. Only a handful. Only a handful of Yumi Horse Archers here. That being said, the Soup Ocelotl Warriors, they're going to be going hard. If Soup can utilize these trees and then dive out of it, which he can do, he gets so much bonus damage here on this fight. He's feeling like he can actually take the fight as the Ayatochli comes through, rolls into the main base, and go up to the town center again. Onto the backside, though, the Eagle Warriors, they're getting chased down, and there goes the Earth Monster. After all is said and done, Soup sacked a bunch of villagers to make that happen there. Can he win the fight, though, after all is said and done? 3k versus 3k units are falling. The Ayatochli here is the main amount of assistance that Soup actually has in these fights. And now Mosca says, I'm getting out of here as another Ayatochli to come through. Big amounts of favor getting spent from Soup. He really does need. It's another 10-pin bowling maneuver does come in. He really needs some spearmen. They are in queue now, though. But do they even have a single upgrade? They don't, as medium war hut soldiers will come through. Again, another 10-pin bowling hits, but the Eagle Warriors will end up falling here. 3.3k to 2k, and Soup's army just not cutting the mustard, as it were. And Soup there says, the game is lost. Don't believe the game is lost, but he says it is. He doesn't have any resources in the bank. I think this one was literally just not recognizing that he needed to get some war huts down. If he had replaced some of those Ocelotl Warriors with some Tlaumani Spearmen, then all of a sudden, these Naginata Riders, which are really strong, stop being so strong. Now, after the first fight that was, right? Once all of that first fight happened and the Yumi Horse Archers stopped being a thing, then he needed those spearmen. But Mosca, resilient as always. He took a real big beating in this game. Lost a lot of units. But Soup just could not convert here. And Mosca strikes back. So we've got ourselves a series, ladies and gentlemen. 1-1. Let's jump back to the draft and see what we're going to see for game number 3. Alrighty, so our next game is going to be a Hades versus Noir game on the map Ghost Lake. On the map Ghost Lake. Now, this is very, very interesting. So Ghost Lake and Hades versus Noir ends up being... There was a time where this used to be heavily favoring Hades, like unplayable levels of favoring Hades. But I'm not sure that that's really the case anymore. Like Hades has had a couple of nerfs. But then again, there's still this strat that's really strong with the there is this strat that's really strong with the fortress and siege and things like that. That being said, I think you've got a classical fight angle here as the new Wa. Then again, you might need to play for that heroic age sort of angle as well. Well, this is going to be really, really interesting. I think this might be the first time we've seen Hades thus far in this main event as a pick on land. We've seen him a couple of times on water and having a lot of success. The first time on land. So Mosca, well, he's gonna have his work cut out for him, I think. I think Suppe's got a very, very strong, well, Suppe's got a very, very strong China, just in general. Let's jump in to Ghost Lake and see what's going to happen. Alrighty, off to the races into game number 2. Ghost Lake is the map. 1 gold mine Ghost Lake as well here for Mosca. Now, I don't know exactly how much he cares about this. The map is spawned with some decent gold mines on both sides here. You've got the 3 gold mines on the bottom side. You've got 3 gold mines on the top. Excuse me, 4 gold mines on the bottom side. 4 gold mines on the top side. But Mosca, he's going to have something planned here. He's been prioritizing, the Greeks in his drafting thus far. Like, without question, he's been, let's play Greek. He's been winning with Poseidon. That's a given. He's a Poseidon god. He just knows how to play it. But the Hades, the Zeus, they've been a consistent in his draft. He's been happily taking them. And I don't think anybody else is seeing what he's seeing at the moment. So we might be shown in this next game here exactly why he's so happy to play the Greeks in these drafts. Suppe, on the other hand, well, let's just say his China is looking scary. Because it is. I mean, there's not really much else to say other than his China is looking scary. So we'll see what he's actually going to be able to pull out as he puts a Coafu onto food for some reason. He will obviously be taking that off momentarily, but it might just be for a little bit. This could be part of his plan. I doubt it. He needs to get over onto the wood here as he's going to go for Hal Tu. Nope. Juan Nu is the god of choice. We'll see how it's all going to go. This is a very, very spicy situation. Now, if we take a quick look at the scouting, Suppe has spotted everything on the bottom side, starting to learn about what's happening on the top side as well. Sees his town center here, sees the back berries, sees a gold mine. There's also a little bit of hunt in the way of wolves and things that he could probably drag underneath the town center and eat for free if he wants to. But here's the thing from Mosca. I wouldn't be surprised on this map if Mosca goes a little bit crazy. Just a little bit crazy. And what I mean by that, Barstroic ideas, some sort of myth unit idea, maybe Ares, Underworld ideas. There's a lot of opportunity for shenanigans. So we'll see what shenanigans he's going to pick as he does pick Athena. And then from there, us as the spectator, we're going to have to start guessing what he actually wants to do. Both pickaxe and hand axe are queued up. And this generally only points to one thing. It points to Mosca wanting to play a 1 town center game. Meanwhile, up onto this side, Suppe says, I'll take this town center. It's fine. It's not the best of town centers, but it is fine. He's got back hunt here, which does get scouted by Mosca. And Mosca doesn't cancel the pickaxe or the hand axe, so he definitely wants what he wants here, which is some sort of an aggression. As Suppe is attempting to pump out Guafu, though he's a little short on the gold. I'm not sure what his plan was there. He's got idle town center time. Trying to force drop the gold in to get that next Guafu in. A little bit of missed macro, unfortunately, but Suppe gets his town center up. He can send the Guafu hero forward. Maybe drop a wall immediately. Wouldn't be a terrible idea here. And then send the rest of those villagers up to the top. That'd probably be his best bet. Chariot of Sibel is in. Meanwhile, over onto the left side, going to be grabbing that hunt. And we see an archery range, and we see a stable from Mosca. Mosca, this is something that I would not expect from him. This is not his style in the slightest. He likes to play a defensive game. He likes to play a booming game. He doesn't like to play a one talent center all in. But dropping both the stable and the archery range, and the chillin comes in and scouts it, well, now Suppe, he's going to have to be careful here. Because he is pumping Guafu, and there is a big weakness here for Suppe. And that weakness is every Guafu he builds is an extra, well, a villager. Sorry, not a villager. It's 100 gold that he can't spend on army. So he's going to have to cut those Guafu at some point here to make sure that he can get an army out. Also, not going for this middle or this forward gold mine here. I don't like that fact here in the slightest. He should be on here already. He can pull the Guafu back later. Maybe a wall up as well can cause some problems there too. As Mosca says, okay, if you're gonna do all of that nonsense, you can take that town center and you're not gonna go for the earth wall, fine. I am going to put the pressure on. Now, a little bit of secret moves here as well in these sorts of situations for Suppe would be a quick Divine Books, and that allows you to get even more like output here, even more infrastructure going. Like you get the military camp attachment, and then those units can train very, very quickly. As Suppe is playing some good defense thus far, hasn't really lost anything. Up onto this, excuse me, never mind. Minotaur, that's Minotauring along. As the Chillin going to try and get over here. This villager going to go down. This villager as well going to be going down. As the Chillin gets a little bit of revenge damage off. Trying to heal that one back up. And it looks like the Minotaur, that's going to go down. But 2 villager kills, if not even more. Absolutely huge. As now Suppe going to be dropping almost another halberdier. Great control from Mosca. Great damage from Mosca thus far. But is it going to be enough is the big question. Behind all of this, Aphrodite, that's pre-queued. So this whole strat from Mosca is all about put pressure on, force out the halberdier, and also don't drop too many units, but get heroic age behind this. We'll see if he's going to cut any units here or not. As Suppe pulls back underneath his town center, the Chillin will get chased down, will end up going down. Restoration coming through here as well. As Suppe going to be dropping himself Vanish, trying to chase the units out over here. He can decide to fight again if he wants to, but does not want to, and Mosca is out of there. As the Javelin is getting little bits of damage done. It's a little bit more Vanish. I'm still not liking that Suppe isn't on this gold mine just yet. Like, of course, if he comes forward, it's sort of painful, but if he gets a military camp set up on the high ground, he can get the tower attachment, he could be mining that gold mine. So much more time here in this game. So Javelin is control looking quite nice here from Suppe, though the halberdiers decide they want to chase after that Mosca. Better control from Mosca there as Suppe has to pull back to his town center. He's struggling on the food situation here. He does have goats. So many Guafu is the problem, and this is often an issue inside of this strategy that Suppe is trying to make work here. But the temple will fall. All of those relics will fall. There were some good ones. Arrow of Heracles, Buller's Bow, Eye of Horus. Suppe will surely pick those all up as the Watchtowers comes through. But look at this, the gold mine, 500 remaining. Behind this, Aphrodite is coming through for Mosca. Dude, this strategy, or this build, this execution from a macro standpoint from Mosca is just out of this world. Literally just out of this world. He is executing amazingly here. The question is going to be, is it going to matter or not? Because guess what Soup's got? Mountainous Might defense here is something that is absolutely terrifying to try and break through. It just is. You can get himself the... He's already got it. You get yourself survival equipment, Mountainous Might, and send all your Kwafu to this gold mine, and they will be able to do some real damage. Nonetheless, more units coming in as Mosca looking to put the pressure on, and that is the villager movement from Mosca. Ford Fortress, Sentinels, we've seen it time and time again. Soup could abandon this position, give up the town center, give up these military camps, rebuild elsewhere, but look at this fortress from Mosca. He just doesn't even care. He's like, I'll just put it in your face. This is fine. The tower's gonna see this. There's the Goaty, not the, what are they called? Pioneers. Put the relics back into the temple. And now Soup, he might get baited into forcing or taking a fight here. There is a couple of really strong god powers available as the halberdiers get that damage done. In come the Kwafu here. They can take out villages so quickly. Yep. One throw and they go down, as this is not going to be going too well for Mosca at all. And remember, he's idled the villagers as well. Mosca's going to lose everything. If he stuck it up on this side, it would have been a different story. The Kwafu under attack. These Kwafu, they don't even... One dies and the rest of these units are falling. A huge defense from Soup. Absolutely gigantic. And not only that, Soup wanted to move on to this gold mine anyway. As now we see Reincarnation is in queue. I was saying he should stop getting those Kwafu because he needs more gold for military, but turns out the Kwafu are the military. Oxody's going down behind this one machine workshop up. That's probably going to be a tower, I'd have to imagine, a tower attachment, and this gold mine is now secured. Mosca can still try and put a fortress down over here, can still try and go for his sort of fortress metropolis movement. Peltas starting to come through. Is there a tower attachment? Yes, there is. So it's going to be a little bit more damage to come in from Soup, a little bit more defense. But the longer this sort of situation that Soup has managed to get himself into lasts, the better it is for Soup. Mosca, one town center, 36 villages to 68. 3.5k military is good, but he needs to make something happen with it. And, I mean, what can he really do? The Kwafu coming through. Gonna throw some boulders in. Good control from Mosca here. Does Soup have himself an armory? I don't think he has an armory, so he doesn't have that ballistics as the Nemean Lions coming forward. Nice control yet again there from Mosca, trying to dodge all of those Javelineer shots, but the front line is falling. Those Nemean Lions, they're doing some big work here, however, and Soup does need to control those halberdiers just that little bit better. Soup on the pullback now as well. Not ideal. He's lost a lot of units, but he's still got his defense sorted. He can still get more units. He's got plenty of income. Onto the top side, the Toskopos on patrol between all the gold mines there just to make sure he doesn't lose anything. Soup needs an armory ASAP here. Now, I could be wrong. Maybe someone in chat can tell me. If you get ballistics, does that apply to the Kwafu as well? I think it does, right? Nonetheless, Javelineers versus Peltas. There's just so many Javelineers in. I mean, even if the Peltas win the fight, the Peltas don't even do anything, is the other sort of thought for the moment. But see another machine works immediately coming up as the Kwafu starting to come in. Going to be helping out. They do so much damage here as the Javelineers do manage to get on top of those Hippiasts. Now got the Hypaspis coming in as well, but Mosca is pushed back for another time here. And now look at the queue for Suppe. I was like, he's got no units. Well, look at the queue. Please get this tech. Just not even the tech. Just click the button. There's one thing that I don't like for my own gameplay, and I try to avoid. It's a queue that looks like that. Put more buildings down, or get the attachments or whatever. Up to the top side, villagers coming through. There is the Katoskopos that's going to be able to scout that. Does Mosca see it? Well, there are some Hippias coming up. They've got somewhat of an idea. They are chasing up to here, so they will be noticing this, and well, Suppe's going to be losing some peasants, so that's a must-needed win for Mosca. Of course, Suppe could just turn around and start shanking this, but he's going to probably better off would be to just look for a fight. I mean, any reaction from Suppe? Now he does decide to turn around. Bit of a shank, and the micro from Mosca. He's so switched on with these cav. And Suppe says, hey, if you're up there, try and deal with my units. I've got so much. He can 100% take this fight. Yes, there's a Hypaspis here, but he's got so much more stuff. There's a couple of fire archers in as well. More fire archers would not go astray here for Suppe, so he can actually deal with them. But Suppe will pull back up onto this position, and he's going to try and take the fight again. The Kuafu can help out. As the Javelineers taking out the back line nicely. Allow the fire archers to get that damage done. As now the Hippias moving over onto this food situation. Even if Suppe loses all these villages, though, that's 12. He's still in front by so much on the economy here. And Suppe can probably even take this town center next if he wants to as well. As the peasants will turn, peasants will shank, and the Hippias will run. More Hippias up to the top, however. There's now Fey Beast, or Rushol is coming with those Fey Beasts, and that's going to be even more terror for Mosca to deal with. On top of that, 104 favor for Baihu and upgrades immediately. That's huge. Suppe going to be looking to find some sort of damage over on the left side. Decides against it, going to pull back as the army is starting to march forward to try and hit this gold yet again, but the villagers are attacked, and Suppe will split up his halberdiers to try and deal with this, but that's a big amount of units there. Now he's going up. He does have a Achilles, though. That's going to be somewhat of an issue as the peasants come in onto this position. We've got the town center attempting to come through. Does get denied. And Mosca notices this. Loses 2 Hippias. Gets away, but now the army is back in to defend. Suppe's at full population. He's going to have a Fey Beast that he can drop on top of those Peltasts or on top of those Hypaspis or just anywhere. Doesn't really matter. There's not a god power in for Mosca to help him out, and Suppe is ready to go. Rushol not in just yet. I guess Suppe a little bit too overzealous on that fight as the halberdiers finally getting in to be a little bit of an assistance here. Suppe retreating. Mosca feeling like he's got somewhat of an advantage here as now the Fey Beast gets dropped down. Got to be careful. Got to stay away from those. Heroes. Doesn't actually manage to finish off the Peltast on the backside, and Mosca wins a fight yet again. And Suppe is going to have to come up onto the top. Villagers finished up on this gold mine. There's still an army for Suppe. If he wants to use these guys, he can, but he needs more gold. That was not the fight that he wanted to take. He should have been winning that fight, but he went that little bit too early. That's the town center on the top trying to come up. 27 seconds. We do see the Hippias charging in there as Suppe's going to say, all right, if you kill that, it's fine. I'm going to take this town center next anyways. And onto the position to take the fight yet again. We do have the upgrades coming through. Javelineers queued up. A lot of Javelineers queued up as the Pioneers need to take down the Nemean Lion. The Baihu fell to the Achilles there. And the front line looks to be a little bit too much as the villagers continuing to take this. That Nemean Lion roar was huge, and Suppe drops the Vanish. He drops the vanish to finish the town center off. Huge. Pushes back in onto this spot. And, I mean, another town center can come down. Upgrade situation. Suppe is missing himself. A couple of those heroic age upgrades. Mosca, on the other hand, he is fine on economic upgrades. But just because you're in front on tech, if you're behind on numbers, tech doesn't matter. Suppe is coming through. Looking for a raid. Gong is the god of choice for the Mythic Age there for Suppe. I think in this sort of a position, and most positions when I'm playing at the moment now, I am liking Zhurong over Gong. But Gong is always going to be good for Suppe on Noir. Allows him to go into those Tiger Cav and can be very, very powerful. But Suppe taking his time here. More Baihu coming in. Villagers over here trying to get the walls up. Trying to keep everything safe here. They get sent packing. They're going to jump back into the town center as another villager going down as the Zom comes up onto this side. Fortress in. Surely we're going to see... It looks like... Okay, Mosca doesn't even care about a town center. He sees Hephaestus and he goes, well, if there's a way for me to get to an army that Suppe's never going to be able to kill, surely we just go Hephaestus and it's going to be straight up to full iron. He's already got the favor in for another restoration, so a full population, full army, one town center Hades might be nigh unkillable for Suppe in this type of position. Suppe needs to get himself to full iron himself. Heroic Age is going to be on the way after this ballet is finished. The raid's coming through up onto this side. Suppe does need to react to that. Mosca is incredibly active with these cavalry while this is all going on. Finish off the ballet, and you can even drop the town center as well, but there will be potentially catapults coming in or metropolis coming in as the villagers here will pull back. And some damage to come through from the town center to finish off these Hippias, and Suppe is going to be fine here as this young Xia chasing them down. While this is all going on, you take a look at the sort of gold control situation here. If Suppe gets this ballet up and this walled off, he's going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 gold mines more total than Mosca. Well, 6 total, maybe not 6, 4 total. 4 more gold mines. Suppe's main base is open to attack as well. Does he have crenellations? Not just yet. Armory situation. Now getting all of those upgrades in. Mosca will have his Hephaestus momentarily. It's the Baihu coming in. Takes down the wall. Takes down the villager building the wall and pushed off of this gold mine. This is the last gold mine here for Mosca. That's really dangerous. Mosca's got a market in the corner wanting to be built. Got a 4th town center now for Suppe. All the resources in the world for Suppe as well. For more buildings, more damage, more control. We'll see if Mosca can bring himself back in this game or not. To be completely honest, if he were, I'd be incredibly surprised. His attack got big brain defended. He hasn't really been able to get any significant eco damage done. Suppe's so far in front in this position. And there's a big god power coming. Look at the military here. He's got so many resources in the bank. As he decides to charge forward, you have to be thinking about the Great Flood here, but he decides no. Now drops it down after the fight has just a little bit. In fact, he's sending the units away from his army, which is normally not what you see. Fortress going to be going down here, and then this gold mine to boot is going to be the next one. Up onto the top side, however, the Colossus is in, trying to open up this spot, trying to get this gold mine to get grabbed for a little bit later. Full iron is about to hit for Mosca, but does he have enough stuff after the dust settles for that to all be a possibility? Now, Tiger Cav also on the way. Last stand coming through from Suppe as well. In come the axe carts. Not only that, we've got the Kwafu coming. They're going to say, hello there, Sentinel. We're going to take you down. They do so much damage. course, he just wants to drop a ballet onto this position. But Suppe still doesn't have himself at full population. I don't know if he just doesn't want to build the Dao Swordsman at the moment or what. He does have some pretty strong ones. But up to the top side. Colossus going after this. Needs some heroes up there as well. Waifu onto the gold mine. The villagers are going to attempt to make a runaway here as the Qinglong misses everything. Big damage onto villagers. When you're on one town center, he's on 2 town centers now, but when you're on one town center, losing those villagers is kind of a big deal. But Suppe, he is finding himself in this weird position where he's just, again, not building units. He finally wakes up, and there's the queue in. 6 Tiger Cav, all the Dows in incredibly quickly. Another fortress coming in onto this spot as the wall is up, and that means the donkey caravans are going to be getting prevented as the fortress gets targeted down by the siege crossbow here for the time being. It's in onto this position. Big damage from the Qinglong as Mosca didn't even want to retreat out of it, but Mosca says, okay, the game is done. I don't have any gold anymore. I can't get myself to that full population army. Didn't even want to try and use the restoration and make something happen there as he taps out. I mean, this here was an impeccable defense from Suppe. Mosca just didn't have the foresight that he needed to be a little bit more sneaky with that fortress. Placing it right in front of Suppe. That was the question mark maneuver. Right in front of this base, he places it, and, well, what's going to happen is you send 6 or 7 villagers forward. Your opponent's got all the villagers themselves. As a 2TC player, they can just use those to fight, and then you're in deep doo-doo. You're in deep doo-doo. Well, Suppe now 1 win away from the finals. Playing an immaculate series so far, but Mosca, he's a player, you already seen it once in this series. He's a player that just does not die. Still got a chance to win this series. We'll see if he can do it. Let's jump back to the draft, see what game 4 is going to bring us. Our next map looks like it's going to be on the map. I'm going to guess it's Mirage. There isn't a Mirage. There's a Budapest. I'm going to guess it's Budapest. Because it's a Zeus versus Loki. Everyone's favorite. Everyone's favorite. So we'll see how this is going to go. But this has been a matchup that we've seen Suppe very happy to play a lot of. But we've also seen players like Gavoth having a lot of success with Zeus versus Norse on these types of maps. Guys, if you're going to jump into my chat and start complaining about balance, you got to remember that this specific game we just saw was a perfect defense to a cheese strat. So whatever you're saying is just like completely unrelated, right? That's right. Let's talk about the next one. Zeus versus Loki. Zeus versus Loki is the next one. I have something in my eye, it feels like. I don't know what's going on, but... we'll see what's going to happen in this next game. So Zeus versus Loki on Budapest. The big things here is that, well, Suppe gets to play how he wants to play. Suppe gets to play how he wants to play. He likes the Heimdall. He likes to play for the building spam. Works really nicely on Budapest versus Zeus. But Zeus gets to take the buildings down really easily with the hoplites. That being said, recently, the way that Norse has been changed, it's kind of changed the dynamic in the matchup quite a bit, in my opinion. Used to be the best sort of unit composition to beat an army comp of like Hersa, Throwing Axeman, and Raiding Cavalry with some sort of Hoplite Toxote mix. Now, I don't believe that's 100% the case. I think it's fine to build some Toxotes, but you don't really want to go into them right away. It's better to go for Hoplites, Hippias, Hypaspis, Peltast, Prodromus as the kind of units you want in this matchup before you get into like later stages of the game with all Toxote upgrades starting to get applied. So we'll see if Mosca's on the same wavelength here. That being said, if that's the case and I'm right about this, I feel like Hermes is the right call here. You get access to what am I saying? Hermes is the way to play. I think you get access to a defense against flaming weapons. You get access to the stronger Hippias to take out Throwing Axeman. You can still build Hoplites with Zeus. They're really quite good. And all that other good stuff. No, I love Hades, John. I just don't like the PvE game plan from Hades. Like, don't put words into my mouth in that chat. I will. If the Hades player wants to sit back and do nothing and then get wins, that's not okay. That's what I don't like. I love the aggressive Hades. I love the Ares, Apollo, Underworld with Toxotes Hades. I love all of that other, like, I love that strategy that Mosca just played. That was really entertaining. Didn't work, but it was really entertaining. Won't put words in my mouth. Let's get into the next game. Alrighty, in the left-hand corner of the map, we've got Zeus for Mosca. And in the right-hand corner of the map, we've got Loki for Suppe. We are on the map Budapest, as both players do decide to go up to the left side of the map to drop that first dock. Mosca's going forward for 2 docks here on both sides to start up his fishing ship adventures. The only issue with this is he's only going to be able to afford to build fish from one side. So there's not any super big advantages here for Mosca to grab from getting those docks down immediately. And Suppe could swing down to the bottom side and drop his second dock here and claim these fishing spots if he wants. But he's taking the more safer approach onto the backside, drop the dock here, and then get the fish and probably look to put some heavy pressure onto this top position. That seems to be the case for what Suppe's plan is. Now, Mosca, on the other hand here, Mosca is going to be probably looking for, I have to imagine, some sort of classical fight with then going into the heroic age for a big death ball of either Minotaur, Centaur, Hydra, potentially also Manticore on the cards here. Normally bronze is just like such a big god power, so strong, so powerful on this type of map, but there is this world where going for Apollo is also incredibly effective to catch out the Norse player as well. So we'll see what's going to happen. We've got some relics over onto the side of the map. We've got the Canopic Jar of Imseti, infantry, train time minus 25%. Up onto the top side, there is the Arrows of the Alpha, just damage and melee attack and range attack plus 15%. Over onto this side, we have the Tower of Cestus, which is damage bonus against myth units plus 1x for the sentry towers there. And then finally, we have the Hummingbird's Beak, damage against infantry plus 10%. That one's really, really nice here for Mosca, because he's going to be wanting to build those hoplites, and he might be able to, well, hoplites already beat berserks, right? If you get an extra 10% bonus damage there, then it starts being, not only do they beat berserks, but they also beating berserks on resource cost as well, I would guess. But nonetheless, he has to spot that, and he has not spotted it just yet. So we'll see what's going to happen where that's concerned. But the docks are up now. The fishing ships are coming through. Soup did manage to get himself 5 spots over here. So that's a nice win for him as Mosca is going to start working towards these positions. And sooner or later, the temple's already up for Soup. So he's going to be advancing quickly. And I have to imagine he is looking for the dock grab on this left side. Now, it is at this point that I bring up that once upon a time, there was a man named Recon, and he was playing Loki on this map, and he had an opportunity to show this strategy off. And I thought, this strategy is so good, so strong, so smart. And it was a Berserk Narok. Relatively quick advance, early Berserk Narok, charge into your opponent's base, put full pressure on there, get huge villager kills. He really caught out. I can't remember who he was playing with. I think it might have been Tunison. Caught him off guard in a big way. But was that more of a one-off type thing, or is that something that's just going to work all the time? Is that one of Soup's options? Does Soup know about it? I don't know. He's going Heimdall, though. He is going Heimdall. And we see another dock up onto the top side. I also wouldn't mind seeing like something kind of cute here from Soup could be to drop a wall down on this side so he can put pressure on, and it's hard for Mosca to actually get up and defend that. Meanwhile, Heimdall in for Soup. So coming through, we got the Ironry coming on, we got the Great Hall, we got the Longhouse on the way too. The Longhouse coming in for Soup as it's just full spammage at the start. There will be a couple of boats onto the top side, so an immediate dragon ship to push Mosca off of this position. And I think Mosca, to some degree here, he can just give that up. He doesn't need to fight this. He maybe you build one Pentacontra or something, but defending this water for the time being, considering he's already got this position, it's not that important. Ironry gets bolted. That's actually kind of a win there for Soup, because now no bolt onto a mountain giant or no bolt onto a battle ball a little bit later, where that's going to be a little bit more of an issue. As the Pentacontra is in, but Dock and throwing Axeman should be enough actually here to deal with all that. And a second boat, so all the units are going to take this down. We do have the Jason coming up to the top. Buildings now starting. Mosca pretty behind the 8-ball on getting units out. He wants a heroic agent as fast as he possibly can. Literally as fast as he possibly can. Dock going to go down. Up onto the top side. There is a Pentaconta here, but that's going to get picked off. This Dock's going to be going down, and Soup will claim the rest of this fish for himself, at least for the time being. Where to next is the big question to the main base, though. The Minotaur sneaks in. It's always a sneaky Minotaur. As, well, the Herso will be in, and that's going to be putting an end to said Minotaur. 4.8 speed is bigger than 4.5 speed. As these villagers on the wood line, well, he gets sent back. And this villager here, I think, is fine. I don't think it's stuck, so all good. I mean, even if it was stuck, this oak tree's got 11 left in it, so it's going to be able to get out of there. Anyways, more houses to come through, and Safeguard coming in. Damage. I wouldn't really say damage is done here from Soup. He just secured what Mosca already had secured, which is his side of the water. Now there's Dionysus coming in. Now there's a Paspist, and there's Peltast. I was talking about how you kind of need Hippias to deal with throwing Axeman now as Zeus, as the Athena player. But, you kind of need that. But if you get to the heroic age, you can just make Peltast. Peltast and Hoplite, Peltast, Hoplite, and Paspist is perfectly fine. Spy does get dropped down onto the gold villages, so Soup knows what's going on. And Town Center in the middle is kind of wild. Now, of course, the difficulty here for Mosca, the thing that Mosca is going to want to do, well, he wants to put a fortress up in the center of the map. This is the great game plan to some degree, and that's not going to be possible here if Soup has full line of sight of the map, which he can get by getting eyes in the forest. He's got himself the undermines. So all he has to do is scout where that fortress is going up, and he's going to be having a great game. But this Ford Town Center, I get it. He's got the units forward already, so why not just build it there? But this does allow Mosca to go main base sieging. As the hoplites coming up to the top side, they will see the town center, and that should send some alarm bells off for Mosca as, okay, well, what do I do now? He's got 63 favor. He can pump out a whole bunch of Hydra if he wants, but he does need to pick off those Herser as well, or micro really hard in the fight to take out those Herser at the start. Up to the top side, hoplites going for the dock or looking for raids. Bragi behind this for Soup. That's the raiding cavalry sneaking over here. Wall does get thrown up. Nice play there from Mosca. Is Soup will not be allowed in, but there is a villager down to the bottom as that villager is going to be making a run for it. That's cute. That's very cute. The raiding cavalry should be able to get in and get a little bit of damage done as Mosca trying to bring his hoplites down to the bottom. The hoplites up at the top have been sent away here. Another villager going down. And Soup out of here for the time being. Little bits of damage done. I mean, the villager differential is stark right now. Mosca needs to make something happen here. Mosca absolutely needs to make something happen. Like, he's falling behind, like, drastically at the moment. Well, more buildings for Soup. He's in a good spot. We got the Great Halls coming up onto the top. We do have those Tower Cestus coming back as TSM player. What's going on, my friend? Hoplites going into the main base, and now the Hydras will start to come through for Mosca. Like I said, this Death Ball idea for Zeus is the main power point for this god. You can get to 175 pop, Bronze Restoration, it's going to be strong. Soup for the moment, though, goes, well, I mean, the sort of counter to the big Death Ball is to have something huge to throw back at it, like a Nidhogg, like a whole bunch of myth units yourself, some disengage tools. Hoplites coming in for some raids, though, as Soup is pulling back to try and deal with that. It's the Hill Fort up onto the middle there. And now the Hydra say, the pacifists say, it's time to go. Military differential is very heavily in favor of Mosca right now. He gets another Hydra out and pre-queues in that Chthonic Riots as the Hill Fort on this side. I think that's just going to go down. Even if Soup finishes this off, it's probably going to fall pretty quickly afterwards. 3 seconds remaining, 2 seconds remaining. Heroes in, Godi coming through. There's Peltas, there's a Paspis. This army is looking very, very strong for Mosca. Is it going to be enough, though, is the big question. Town center on the front here might also be falling. Soup probably needs to consider to just sacrifice it. I bring this up so many times, but he's up 20 villagers. He doesn't need to fight. He just needs to get his army sorted. But he's not. He's looking for the fight right now. Flaming weapons gets dropped. Bronze will get dropped as well. An ironry comes in, and Soup now says, all right, no worries, let's run. This is good idea from Soup. Force that trade out. It was going to be a trade anyways, and he can look for something else, maybe some other little bits of fights with the town center. That's going to be going down here. Soup's 200 gold in the bank. He's got plenty of villagers on gold, but no food to spend, or nothing to spend that food on, I should say. This Chthonic Rites is in now, and you can see those Hydras. They get HP back really quickly. I think that's been buffed recently as the Hoplites coming up to the top side. Soup's going to have to run out of this position. Now he says time for another bit of a fight over here. Flaming Weapons does finish up, and not going to be winning those fights either for the moment. Berserk's getting converted over here, and that's what Mosca wants to see to some degree. Of course, if he just kills the village, it's the best. But if he's forcing out the Berserk conversions there, life is good. But the big problem for Suppe is he's got 100 favor in the bank now, and no way to spend it. There's no mountain giants, there's no Valks, there's no trolls, he's got no gold. Well, he does have it now. Charging in to take the fight at this point, however, there will be a restoration as well, which is both angles up to the top. The Peltats coming in, going to be taking those ones out. And Mosca breaks through and is in a commanding position right now. The Hydra are dominating. Let's have a quick look at their damage. There's only 3 left, but look at that 5,000, 6,000 damage. Hoplites are also, that's 25 hoplites doing a similar amount of damage to those Hydra. That's how you know these things are doing work. Whole bunch of Berserks coming through for Suppe as he's going to attempt the impossible here, which is defending as Norse. Units just getting cleaned up slowly. 3-headed Hydra, 2-headed Hydra, 2-headed Hydra. You're going to be getting more heads very quickly. Buildings going down up onto this side there as well as Suppe ready to charge forward. Ursa getting that damage. Look at that control from Mosca. Just a little mini flick back. And all of those Ursa are going to be getting taken down so quickly as the Hydras are just going to be doing damage. 3 heads now, and that is game number 4 in the books. Nothing between these two players. But Mosca does strike back, shows the way with Zeus, makes those Hydra, and that is a terrifying amount of units that he had to deal with. It looked okay for Suppe. I'm not going to lie. I feel like the idea here from Suppe was great, but the plan really needed to be force that bronze, run, get all your infrastructure back up behind, just take the L on the buildings. It's fine. You're up 20 plus villages. They're going to pay for it anyway. Then get your military in and then look for the fight a little bit later. There's a restoration to get through as well, but you can play backwards on this map really, really far. But Suppe, he didn't want to do that. He tried to take the fight when it just wasn't going to be working for him. And Mosca, he's got a game 5 now. Let's jump back into the drafting menu and see what they're going to pick. One last game to see who gets their first real chance at this ticket to Athens. All right, our last map is going to be Giza. And it is going to be a Gaia versus Shennong map. So we already saw this once. I saw Suppe playing an amazing, I think it was Fushi versus Tunison's Gaia, and absolutely dominated it. But this is Shennong. It's a different kettle of fish. Works a little differently. There's a lot more going on with Shennong in this situation. Map's also a different situation too. And Mosca, a different player than Tunison. Tunison, much more aggressive, much more willing to throw his weight around and try and win a game in a very short amount of time. So we'll see what Mosca's got cooking up here. Now, I say this every single time to the point that I've probably cursed it. I want to see some Leto here. Leto makes sense against China. It just makes sense in general right now. I think it is a little bit of a step up in strength than Oceanus at the moment. It used to be kind of close, but now I think that the Oceanus is just a little bit weaker. So I want to see Mosca trying something a little bit different. Let's jump into game 5. One final game. Remember, if your favorite player ends up losing, it's fine. You get to see them 4 more times. We got playoff 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 coming at you over the next couple of weeks. let's jump into game number 5 on the map Giza and see who is going to be moving on to the finals. And off we go into game number 5. Mosca, Gaia. Suppe, Shenong. The map, a defensive one. Double Rhino, town center, gold mines behind it. This close town center as well. Not the end of the world here. If Suppe wants to play how to, he can drop that here. He can play in this position with the earth wall. He can be on this gold mine early. Can work for Suppe. Mosca, on the other hand, either way, I think that a Leto approach here from Mosca makes so much sense. Whether you play 2 TC, whether you play 1 TC, makes so much sense. No matter what, I think you got to stay classical age here. This is something that I am nearly convinced of. Nearly. Maybe I might at some point I might see a game that proves me completely wrong. But if the Atlantean player doesn't play defense, doesn't play army, doesn't try and like do things in the classical age, then a Shenong player who goes 2 TC classical fight can just go straight through that Gaia player and win the game with a big timing attack. It's very, very tough to defend that if you're not going to be building units. So, a nice second town center is fine, but build units for Mosca. We'll see if he's going to go that route. Town center-wise for Mosca, he's also got the same situation with the rhinos and the gold here, but this is close to Suppe. This is very, very close to Suppe. So Suppe will have to, if he wants to come over here, we'll run over to here, and he'll be right in front to be putting pressure onto this position as well. Now, how to is they got a choice here for Suppe. I don't really mind this. I think lightning weapons is a little bit more solid, but he's probably a little worried about the Leto that's not coming, as it is Caster's Curse. Doesn't matter how many times I say it. Tried to say it a million times. It's just not going to be coming through. Mosca says Oceanus is the god of choice. And to some degree here, this is fine for Mosca because it's not Chi Yao from Suppe. Chi Yao is a difficult thing to deal with. How to? I mean, we're just playing a boom, right? We're playing a defensive game. And, well, Mosca's going to love playing defense. That's what he loves doing. This is his whole thing. So if his opponent says, hey, I'm going to play the defensive minor god, well, Mosca's just going to say, fantastic. Let's take this game about 30 minutes to 40 minutes long and just see how it's going to go. Alrighty, how to is in. Citizens are coming up to the top. Suppe here for the moment. He does see the gold over here, so he knows what to do. There's also the double rhinos here, but basically it's just build a house about here, and then earth wall, and then he's good to go. On the flip side, from Mosca, he's not playing defense in the slightest. He wants to play offense here, and Suppe drops the earth wall around his main base. This is a little bit wild. I can't say that I'm a big fan of this from Suppe, but he's going to wait. He's going to see what's happening. Never mind. It's going to be a town center from Mosca. He's making his way over here. Does Suppe see it? Answer is no. He does not spot the citizens going for the town center. The bait of seeing a military barracks, potentially also seeing a Mamilo here as well, that can make things very, very confusing for Suppe. Why? Well, Mosca, it looks like he's playing some one town center aggression. You see the military barracks get dropped down. You go, oh, okay, he's playing one town center. You stop caring about scouting because all you need to do is play defense and you win the game, right? That's the general gist of it. But if you don't scout and you don't see that delayed second town center, which generally isn't that good, then all of a sudden the Gaia player is going to get through everything. They're going to go to the Mythic Age and they're going to get past all of those weak points in this game where you can potentially get some real damage done. We do see a machine workshop coming through for Suppe at the moment as he is still pumping out those villages, those Kwafu. He's not onto his second gold mine just yet. And shaft mine now coming through for Mosca. And we'll see if Suppe is going to be able to figure this out. Now, I do think still a big classical fight here is going to be working for Suppe. But equally, he can just play a small amount of defense and play for the late game as well, because Shenong versus Gaia, late game, it's kind of close. It's winnable. It's winnable for both. Both gods have got a lot of strength there. Another Cheongchi is coming through as the units are starting to mass up. A bit surprised on this from the Superstar. No attacks coming through from Mosca in the slightest. And, well, the game is going to be off to the races very, very slow. Very, very slow. Goat's getting into the main base as well already from Mosca. He's already got himself the husbandry. He's already got himself shaft mine. Missing that bow saw, but he wants a heroic age in. And this like adaptation or this sort of bait, whatever you want to call it, from Mosca has sent Suppe down a path that I don't like in the slightest. A second Cheongchi, no extra buildings, late to the heroic age as well, not over on this next gold mine, no wall set up. The Sky Lantern comes through, sees the main base, sees 0 units. Now the Cheongchi is going to come through, and that's going to be revealing finally that the town center is up. Of course, Suppe doesn't see this Gaia Lush until he actually sees it. And he will spot the town center now, and he goes, oh, you are 2 TCs after all. But of course, with Suppe going for the naked fire second town center much faster, he is still technically in a better spot. And he's going to have to take solace with that. Mosca, on the other hand, I think that the whole deal here with Mosca is he wants heroic age, he wants to get the Contarius raids in, and he wants to just exert a crazy amount of pressure on the map here. The military barracks is down. Oracle's starting to spread out as well. And in come the chompers. Sentry tower getting targeted. Mosca under attack. There's not really that many units here for Suppe. This is just a min damage attack. He's not really expecting to get anything done. Just picking off one sentry tower is fine. Probably has to think about running here, but more fire archers to come through, as that's not going to be helping him in any way, shape, or form, because immediately comes in the Poseidon Secret and immediately will come through those Contarius. As houses getting spammed up all along the back. Like right now, Suppe could be at, I want to say, like 130 pop. That's my guess, if he macros it right. Maybe even more, maybe 140 pop. And he could be just destroying this. But because Mosca put that military barracks down and Suppe stopped scouting, he didn't realize that that was an option. He thought he was getting one town center all in. Not the case. And now, Mosca, I think he's in a fantastic spot. He's got through all of the real problems, the big problems in the matchup. So now it's just going to be a matter of, can Mosca outplay? Can Suppe outplay? Because there's no significant advantage either way down this line, in my opinion. Kwafu going to start moving forward. Of course, Suppe trying to get the scout in. He will spot those Contarius. I imagine immediately that's going to mean time for the halberdiers, as those will get queued up. It'll take a little while to get out, but they should be through for the defense, as top of the map might get targeted down. But I mean, you could also just put those Shenong farms down, and that's fine too. We've got the rush all coming through. We've got the ranged soldiers on the way. More peasants coming in. And here comes the heroes. Or Imperial Academies coming in from Shenong. From Suppe, excuse me. And now the Divine Judgment, as well as the Gilded Shields. There's also the heavy infantry on the way from Suppe. He is going to be looking for somewhat of a revenge attack. But in the way that he's playing this here, he needs to be very quickly ready to build Javelineers. So all these fire archers, they're not really that important. They don't do much for him here. Javelineers needed for the Arcus. And all the other good stuff is going to be super duper important. Now the Contari is coming back from Mosca, just searching around. We will see another Economic Guild coming up from Mosca to spread that lush. Super important. You can see he's already done that to the corner of the map. Look at that. He's ready to put the market up. He sees that trade route already. And the Economic Guild in the middle. Huge for Mosca for much later into the game. Meanwhile, Mosca's got a palace up onto that backside, and Suppe is just pumping units out. We do have the Gilded Shields to come through. Ontarius looking to charge forward here for the moment, but Mosca's Economic Guild goes up, goes down. No lush for you. Now there's heavy Dao swordsmen in the Suppe. How many military buildings? He's got so many. He's up to 8 already. How many Kwafu is he up to? 7 Kwafu. Not quite enough on the gold, really, to afford to spam out Daos, but is Mosca going to be able to deal with these units? Cairo Ballista are a unit that people forget exists for the Atlanteans past the classical age, but let me tell you, I was thinking about this the other day, a couple days ago. I thought Fanatics are the be-all and end-all versus these Dao Swordsmen, but if you're building Cairo Ballista, that's a unit that absolutely dominates the even Gilded Shields Dao. In comes the Fey Beast onto the backside. There's a lot of heroes here, so the Fey Beast will get immediately annihilated onto the top side. There goes the Caladria getting sniped as the Pioneers going to try and finish off those Dryads. Mosca, on the other hand, not able to win this fight in the slightest. And now Suppe is going to make his way over to take this town center down. Contarius raids coming up to the top position, but there's nothing there. Town center is not going to be long for this world. There's a lot of Arcus are queued up. Of course, the Arcus will be pretty decent versus these Dao swordsmen, but I think Cairo Ballista are the unit he wants here. Either way, you generally force out Javelineers, so what's the problem? You want to get the unit that is actually going to be hard countering rather than soft countering the infantry. Town center falls up onto the top side. Kwafu dives into the town center, is able to stay alive, can get back to gathering for the time being. Mosca trying to get his shoot and scoot in. Military differential is still favoring Suppe as he slowly walks forward here. Those destroyers don't do anything versus these Daos. Daos are doing, and Halberdiers have got that divine damage to boot, but also just look at the damage. 12.2 damage per attack against the low hack armor destroyer. Arcus sitting here face tanking versus Daos. You've got to be utilizing that lush there to shoot and scoop, but Mosca doesn't have himself the channels technology to make those Arcus feel incredibly fast. Suppe continues to charge forward, but realistically he just needs to go down to the bottom side, push off this gold mine, and he's going to have a ridiculous advantage here. . What else can Mosca do? Town center number 3 coming up for Suppe. He's got such an overwhelming advantage. He can do that, but he can also go Mythic Age. Zhurong is on the cards. How 2 is on the cards. A Zhurong with the Blazing Prairie to just destroy this. Of course, also the Ying Long could be very, very strong as well. Of course. And I get to this point in the game and I say for the second time, this is what happens when you're going Oceanus. Leto is the way, guys. You know what unit beats the Town Swordsman better than any other? The Automaton. We have some destroyers getting picked off onto this side as Suppe charging after them. Citizen's going to be repairing this one up, and Suppe cleaning up the Economic Guild feels like a pretty decent idea. But Mythic Age is also so close for him as well. Market situation. Can sell some food. No market up for Suppe though. Armory situation. Missing some bronze upgrades. For Mosca, he's nearly fully upgraded, but he just can't get himself to a position that his units are going to be able to do anything. Town center coming back up for Mosca over here is a wild premise. Even if it goes up, which it looks like it will, it's just going to die immediately. Mosca's grabbing the town center on the right side as well. Citizens over here, they're going to start going down. The Dowels immediately start targeting this town center. And, well, at least there's a building to fight under is what Mosca feels like. But these Dow, 51% pierce armor. They don't care about your town center's damage here. Not in the slightest. And Mosca just doesn't have anything. He's got nothing here. I say nothing, but it's 3k military, 150 pop. Town center dies. Suppe can wander forward and just take the town center for himself if he wants. We also have the Chasing the Sun technology coming in, which does make the build speed for all buildings go up. Another Carnivora does get dropped down, but immediately gets taken out by those pioneers. Mosca going to try and shoot and scoop back yet again. But Suppe, still not going down to the bottom side of the map, is allowing Mosca quite a bit of play. He sees the gold mine, he sees the situation, he sees the palace, but not wanting to do that just yet. How to coming in, Suppe leaving this position to allow the town center back up. Mosca does this. Don't ask me how he does this. But Mosca somehow is able to make these types of comebacks happen. Somehow. I don't know how, but he makes these comebacks happen. Town center about to be back up. Now, did Suppe see this? I don't think so, not yet, but he might if that Stymphalian Bird leads him in there. There's also the Hundun in up onto this side. The Kontarius are going to try and take some villages out, but Ballet plus Kuafu and all the peasants to fight back. This is just throwing units away if you are Mosca. On the flip side, Atlas is going to be coming through for Mosca. As the Dow's coming back in, they see the tower to get completed yet again. And they'll say, all right, well, we'll kill it again. This is fine. Another 700 resources down the drain, plus building time. Fine. This is not an issue for me. More buildings onto the front. And Suppe's also going to be dropping some wooden walls. These can get converted into towers. Takes a while for it to happen, but it is much, much quicker than just building them manually. Town center falls for the third time. And Hundun about to hit means all of these units from Suppe are going to be really strong. But Suppe, he's fallen asleep at the wheel yet again. Spend those resources. Mosca is sitting in a really strong full population. The Arcus on the shoot and scoot now. Getting some good damage done. Those Stymphalian Birds are getting cleaned up quickly. As Huang Di is in. And now the dragon comes down. And that will be nighty-night to the Archer Ball of Mosca. Kontarius coming back up to the top gold mine, trying to take that out. That Atlas is not even close to coming through. Suppe gets his towers up on the front. And he can walk forward and grab that next gold mine as well. As Contarius are just back in, but Suppe will say, no worries, we'll take the fight. This is fine. We'll just do this. Don't need to react. Can't react anyways. There's still gold mines on the bottom side of the map as well. 82 villages to 98 though. This is the way back into the game for Mosca. Villager kills, killing off the army, and everything else has to be it. Having a quick look at the military though. There's some upgrades coming through for Suppe. Imperial Order. Leys use Silk. Once Imperial Order's in, Anjuan use Bloodline. Once this is in, the army for Suppe becomes dirt cheap. I think the reason he's not... Well, actually, no, he's just got no resources. The reason he's not building units is he was literally waiting on that technology. I don't necessarily recommend that ever, but still, onto the front now. The Yinglong getting some big damage done as those Hero Arcus do send him flying away, but the Javelineer are there, so they can take out those Hero Arcus really quickly. Meanwhile, a Yinglong also starting to move forward. As militarily speaking, it's still basically equal, except there's a Yinglong, and those Undun coming in there gigantic on these sorts of fights as well. Not only to tank, but also to get the damage done, to get the fear in, and everything else. As Mosca, he pulls back. Still trying to make it happen onto the front. We've got a silo coming up. Suppe not yet able to afford this town center. He is struggling on the gold. I'd love to see him just take all the villagers off of wood that he's got, put them onto a gold mine and just say, that'll do. But nonetheless, for Mosca, he's trying to spend all his resources. He's got nothing in the bank. He can build dryads, but what's that really going to do in the end of the day as Suppe is just locked Mosca in his base? There's villagers coming back in to grab these farms while this is all going on. Is just a statement for how much Mosca is struggling here. And now Suppe says, town center, I'll take that. That's fine for me now. A couple of wall segments going to come up, and Husk Suppe manages to do it again as he has made his way to the finals. He's disposed of Mosca. He disposed of Tunison. The journey to the finals here from Suppe has been an incredibly difficult one, but he's shown that he can tango with the absolute best here as he has managed to take everyone out. What a ridiculous run he is having for playoff 1, but it's not over for him today. He's got one more game. And you know, the brutality of this tournament, for those that do well in a playoff and they get deep, it doesn't mean a thing. You got to go back and do it all again next week. Back to the round of 16 next week. So Suppe getting to the round of 4, this doesn't help him. Sorry, getting to the round of 2, this doesn't help him. He's got to win the next one. And there's 2 players sitting there, waiting, watching, ready to take him on. But they have to fight each other first. That's Grass, that's Recon. Absolute fireworks to come, ladies and gentlemen. Let's jump. I'm going to have just a short break before we start the next game. Don't you guys go nowhere. Enjoy some highlights, and we'll see you in a couple of minutes. Dies, it doesn't matter. I don't understand this in the slightest. Units getting thrown for 6 here. In come the Naginata Riders. Is there enough stuff here for Recon? Garnet is full send at the moment. There's also going to be reinforcements coming through. The Swampland ends. Villagers now getting into the mix. Idle villagers over here. There's the towers also in onto this spot. There's also a Kusanagi that can get dropped down that Recon now finally drops in. Of course, all the villagers are dying. Garnet's down to 15 villagers. He's trying to make his units out to start dealing with these Jaguar Riders. They're going to dive in. Can Matrius hold this is the big question. Chariot Archer Micro going to start coming in as the Scorpion Man around on the side. Those priests need to be getting this damage done. But they're not. Migdol Stronghold getting empowered as Matrius just not able to deal with these units. One of those Obsidian Shards to come through as well. That's another unit that you need to have the Siege Tower out to actually deal with, funnily enough. Up onto this top side, the medium Jaguar Riders getting targeted down again. Another Obsidian Shard coming in. What has he got? He's got an Obsidian Butterfly coming out of here. I think the other one was in a Otochli as well. As Matrius, does he have enough stuff to hold this is the question. Chariot Archers doing a good job here to take out the remaining Jaguar Riders. There's not that many here. But in a Otochli... Well, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the semi-final number 2. This time, we got Grass and we got Recon. Suppe, he's waiting in the wings. He gets to put his feet up. He gets to have a break. Grass Recon, we'll have a short break between the semifinals and the grand finals today. But they have something else to worry about first. They've got to beat their opponent. Let's check out how they've gone against each other over the years here. See that draft or that head-to-head and see who's got the edge going into this first game for this series. $5-0 for Recon. This is a dominating advantage that Recon has had from the start of Retold all the way up to the most recent tournament, Pandora's Box 2. Grass has not been able to take Recon out even close. The closest series was a 4-2 in Pandora's Box 2 in the losers bracket semifinals. Recon has got all of the momentum from all of the games I've ever played against each other from the longest period of time. We'll see if he's going to try something different here because it hasn't worked before. Let's jump over, check out the draft, and see what these guys are going to be able to come up with. All right, guys. Recon, Grass. On the map, Giza is going to be Gaia versus Kronos. Let's talk through the draft. Recon bans Loki Uranos here. Now, Grass's Uranos is really strong. His Loki's really strong. His Norse is really strong. So 2 gods taken away from Grass, that's huge for Recon. Grass, on the other hand, says, I don't want to deal with the Chinese. And that's fair enough. I have a little bit of insider info. Grass has been struggling versus these Chinese gods. So get rid of them. That makes sense. Recon goes, no worries. Let me grab my Gaia. Grass says, fantastic. Hades, Kronos, Susanoo, Odin, Thor, Freyr. Huitzilopochtli left on the draft there as well for a very long time. As Recon takes the Huitzilopochtli, Amaterasu, Tezcatlipoca. Grass finishes up his draft with Set and Quetzalcoatl. Let's jump into game number 1 here on the map, Giza, and see who is going to go and greet Suppe in the finals. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, the second semi-final, the playoff one for the Gameathlon Athens Road to Athens. In the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Gaia. He's on one of his strongest gods here. This is a god that Recon has had success with for a very long time. It's Gaia. His opponent today, in the red color, playing as Kronos. Well, this is Grass. Now, I got to be honest. I had the pleasure of playing Recon one time recently. And I got the better of him in this exact matchup. Just to stroke my back a little bit. I did say that this is a matchup that I really don't like playing as Kronos, but I figured out a way through. And Recon here, I think he's doing something very, very different now. And I don't want to say it was because of me, because it probably wasn't. But he's picked Leto. It happened! I didn't even suggest it! He picked it! Caster's curse. No caster's curse at all. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go. Alrighty. Now, of course, Leto has some weaknesses here against Atlantean normally, and those weaknesses sort of exist inside of things like not Prometheus, things like Oceanus. Against Prometheus, it's less of a problem because there's no there's no like, what am I trying to say? Oh, there's no cheaper heroes. So you can go into Automaton, but this might not be the plan from Recon. Recon might just be going Leto for the stronger Pierce armor and also for the stronger favor generation from his oracles. He can go into something later. He can go into Behemoth later. He can go into Stymphalian Birds later. He can go into more Spider Lairs later. The Spider Lairs do get dropped down on this town center, and for those of you who don't know, it does reveal the town center here, so you will be able to see everything. As the Oracle is over onto the left side, and Grass, well, he takes a really, really slow advance. Very, very slow. And he's going through that Prometheus. Now, Prometheus does have a very, very strong, just very, very strong option here, which is to drop yourself the Economic Guild and make yourself hero citizens. But the problem with that is, if that's what Grass goes for and Recon scouts it, well, all of a sudden, the automatons become even more powerful. Now, Recon, he's opening up with a whole bunch of Terma to kick this game off. Spider eggs onto the back here as well. You see a little bit of damage done as the Automaton happily going to take out one Promethean offspring, the citizen moving forward. What is that one doing? Normally the player who is aggressive in these sorts of situations is actually going to be Grass, as the Valor comes down onto that Mermillo hero. Another Automaton going to come through, and that can actually heal up the other Automaton that's taken a little bit of damage here. So no Caladria, but he's got the healing anyways. There's another counter barracks coming up onto the front. Meanwhile, units getting pulled in onto this side. Got to be careful because the Spider Lair is in. And that's going to be a dead Mermillo there. You do get to see those Spider Lairs if you get close enough. But Grass not paying attention. Recon, he is off to the races here in this game. And he is looking dominating as Grass is struggling to deal with what's coming his way right now. Big damage onto the forward gold mine as well. There is a gold mine at the backside as this citizen will have to garrison. He's going to heroize it with the Valors, but this means no more Valors onto his own units as more Terma are coming through for Grass. But the citizens under fire, and that's that hero citizen doesn't have another option. Has to get pulled away. We'll see what's going to happen as the Terma continue to move forward, continue to get the pot shots in. More Terma on the way. We've got that medium archers also coming through. Wouldn't mind seeing another automaton here. There's really no problems where that's concerned. Lots of favor in the bank, lots of gold in the bank. The third spider layer is up, and now we see the citizens over onto the side of the map. Does Grass see the gold mine? Yes, he does. So he can simply just move there. There's no real problems. with that, but it is him out in the middle, ready to get targeted down, which is somewhat of an issue. As the Terma trying to get a little bit of damage done, but remember, he can just heal that off, so it's not the biggest of deals. Onto the top side, the unit's coming around onto the side from grass. Of course, he can't really attack on this position because of the spider lairs. It looks like grass is just going to be searching for oracles for the time being. Or at least for a raid or something for the time being here. It's the Mamillo coming in. That's going down. Counter barracks does get cleaned up. And does Recon know what's going on here? Yes, he does. He sees there's a gold mine onto the bottom side. As the issue here for Recon is he needs to set up the spider eggs on this side and then on this side so that he has that defensive ability to play away from those units. Now, one thing here that Grass can do as well is time shift his buildings on top of the spider eggs. It doesn't kill the spider eggs off, but it does make sure that his units don't accidentally run over them and die. So the main base here, we've got the catapulties getting targeted down. Caraballister is in. Getting a little bits of damage done. Always good to get out that one defensive Caraballister. Have to imagine there's another spider lair getting dropped down from grass here. Another automaton joining in. More automatons joining in. At this stage, it's time to get that upgrade. Those automatons can be really powerful. Another spider lair over onto this side as Recon trying to hunt down these Mamillos and everything else, but this does give Grass a little bit of breathing room, which he really needs. And inside of that breathing room is heroizing his units and getting some units out that deal with the automaton. Terma aren't really the best unit to heroize because the automaton's got 50% pierce armor, and that will slowly start to creep up as Recon coming in on the surround. Caraballister getting that damage done here as the units are going to try and collapse in onto this, but they will all end up falling. Is there an armory in for Recon? Yes, there is, and that's ballistics there. This is something that I've also been very much enjoying, is a classical age ballistics Caraballister. And once that's in, well, even before that's in, the Murmillos are going to fall. But Recon is now, well, Grass is now hunting other stuff. As Recon just pulls back, playing safe for the time being. Not really sure why. He definitely should be moving out onto the map. There's no ballistics in just yet from Grass. And, well, we'll see what the Recon play is at the moment. Take a look at his line of sight. He doesn't have line of sight here. He doesn't have line of sight here. He does have line of sight here as he sees the wall coming up, but for the moment here, Grass is fine to just enjoy that back gold mine. But the thing about Recon that I've noticed is that Recon is fine. He's very confident in himself. He is fine playing a game that is kind of advantageous for him. Like, if he's just got a tiny little bit of an advantage, he's fine to just sit on that. He's not going to risk it. He's up a citizen. He's up on military by just a little bit, or definitely up on tech, as the Terma going to try and retreat out. And this ballistics here is going to pay itself off in a really big way as Recon's Terma coming forward, and you can't dodge these arrows. They're all, well, you can dodge the arrows with some wiggle micro, but these are all going to be ending up falling momentarily here. Is Hyperion on the way, however. The idea from Grass is just get to the heroic age and make that happen. As one Terma traded for the whole bunch of them, it looks like here. Terma hero down, and Recon into the center of the map, spreading up the manners, spreading up everything. The walls are in for Grass. He did lose a lot of units there, but to some degree it doesn't really matter. With the Hyperion, he's going to have access to Chaos. He's going to have access to the Satyrs. So he should be able to strike back to some degree. But behind this, Recon now has himself his upgrade for the Oracles. He's got himself the Automaton upgrade. He's got 5 Oracles. And, well, if Recon wants to, he can simply just go into a huge amount of more automaton. Like, if he wants to, he could do anything here. He's so far in front. Now the Contarius are coming through. Another spider lair gets dropped down onto this gold mine. Yes, it is a bit of a retreat, a retreat spot for Recon as the Terma dies onto this side. Like, all you got to do here if you are grass is just do this. Like, can I do it? I can't do it. There you go. Time shift this onto here, and that means your units aren't accidentally going to drop onto it. You do need line of sight, obviously, but that's the way. Or you just walk forward and put a building on it as well. It's totally fine. While the Terma do get somewhat caught out here, is Recon probably should be considering some catapulties here. We'll see what his option is going to be. Catapulties do start coming in. At the moment, there's only 2 counter barracks, and it's going to be right into the Contarius himself. Sometimes just building Contarius to deal with Contarius is the better move because, well, Contarius are fast. Catapulties, a little bit slow. It's tough to deal with them. For the moment here, Recon's just like, I'm just going to sit back, enjoy my advantage, and Grass says, I got to charge forward. He does have Chaos. As a citizen, not quite going down there. He does have Chaos. That's a big deal, but 2 Stymphalian birds? That's almost a bigger deal. Grass will just pull back. He's trying to get himself more units out. Heavy cav to come through. And there, Recon controlling his army, trying to take the fight. Grass is just full send at the moment. Onto the backside come the Contarius. Still no Chaos in from Grass as he drops it onto the left side. Recon has spread his units out very, very nicely. You also have to remember that these units are fighting on top of Gaia Lush. So that's HP regen while it's all going on as the heroes come onto the back there. Hesperid's tree for the HP regen as well, as that's 5 HP a second from both of the Hesperid's trees. And Grass goes for the Hail Mary on that fight. And Recon, as Recon does best, simply says, what are you doing? You can't win this fight. Please leave. No, you don't want to leave? All right, I'll kill all your units, and then you can leave. Now Recon is up 4.2k to 1.2k. Grass's Contarius swinging around the side now. We're going to hit the Oracle of Recon. Oh, no. Yep. Finds the Oracle. Takes one out. It's got to be at least a little bit of a nicety for him. Recon's still just playing so defensive. I love this, though. This is something I haven't seen enough Leto players doing. When you lose the automaton, rebuild them. He's got 9 now. So he hasn't gone too crazy on the old automaton spam, but he's just enough of them. Just enough of them, and it's just giving him such a big advantage in these fights. Onto the top side, the Contarius raids coming through, but you can't really raid here as Kronos when your opponent has got those Contarius, those Thea Contarius. They will have the speed advantage, not just yet from Recon. He's missing himself the Poseidon Secret for the time being, but shortly it's going to be the Lance of Stone, which is another really big technology, which basically prevents the enemy units from getting away from the Contarius. Sets them to 70% speed. And Recon now coming in. Going to take out those citizens that they're going to dive through the mana onto this side. A little bit of a win for Grass to get a bit of damage off. Picks off 3 Contarius there, but he will take some revenge fire from the Stymphalian birds. And of course, Recon, the simple moves here. Went ahead, get further ahead. Let's not take a gigantic risk. Just drop a town center and go from there. Meanwhile, Recon swinging around onto the bottom side. He does know there's a gold mine in the very bottom corner, but he's just refusing to go and check it. Like, I don't get it. He hasn't walked over there 1 millimeter. He goes here and he's like, not here, not here. Okay, I guess you're still in the main base. No. Like, he definitely sees a gold mine. I can see there's a gold mine here. All right, it's fine though. There's prophetic sight now coming through, which is even more favorable. Look, Recon is now up to 8 oracles. And of course, the Contarius raids to the top. They also get spotted by those oracles sitting over here. And sooner or later, well, look at this. Onto the Lush. Does Recon have himself his upgrade? Yes, he does. Onto the Lush. 6.7 speed. 7 speed on the Lush. And I don't believe the grass is going to be getting out of here this time, especially not with Lance of Stone in. As you can see, the units here drop down to 4 speed there. As long as he gets every single one of them targeted, he should be able to kill them all off. And grass drops those, but up onto the top side now, there is a transition into Murmillos. And if there's anything that can kind of work here for grass, it is changing the type of units that he's going to be building. Murmillos, what do they beat here, though? They don't really beat the Dryads. They don't beat the Automatons. They do beat the Terma. They do beat the Contarius. The town center going to be under attack. There is a Caraballister in. There's also going to be those Stymphalian birds there as well. As the Terma can pop in, pop out, snipe the Arcus and all the other good stuff as the heroes there. Very, very difficult to deal with. But will Recon be able to win this fight is the big question. So many infantry units. I'm loving this change of pace here from grass, completely catching Recon off guard. But in a game of numbers, sometimes it doesn't matter if you catch your opponent off guard. The Murmillos getting chased back. There's not enough myth units, there's not enough heroes in to deal with the myth units that Recon has. As the heroes dive onto that backside, taking out the Satyrs. The Stymphalian birds can come back in and join the fight, but Recon doesn't even look like he needs them, as the army of grass will get taken out, and Recon is off to the races here in this series, gets that first win. That's got to feel very, very good. A dominating game here, and in classic Recon fashion, he got in, he got his early game damage dealt, and he just pulled back and he sat on that advantage while Grass was just panicking, trying to figure out how he could pull himself back into this game. I think there was a way here for Grass to pull himself back into this game outside of going full crazy on the attack, and that was inside of the technology Theft of Fire, of which I don't believe Grass had. No Theft of Fire. So if he went Theft of Fire here and he stuck for the defense and he just got himself that economy going, then I think he would have been able to sort of deal with the fact that Recon wasn't being so aggressive here, but he didn't go for it. Recon gets the dub. We'll jump over to the draft, see what game 2 is going to look like. Winning that game 1 is always a big confidence booster if you're worried, but Recon's got nothing to worry about right now. He is in the driver's seat. Grass has got to figure out how he can reset and start dealing with it. Let's go to the draft and see what's going to get picked. Our next map, Amaterasu versus Hades on Budapest. A little bit different here. I haven't seen a whole lot of this matchup, to be honest. I haven't seen a whole lot of this matchup. We do have a little bit of time before this game, and we're going to have a quick commercial break because I do need to run to the loo. So I'll be right back. We're going to be coming back with the Amaterasu Hades game momentarily. Don't you guys go nowhere, otherwise you're going to miss out on the action. Enjoy the highlights while I'm away. See you guys soon. What is he doing? Did he just lose his mind? No way! Garneth has literally just lost his mind. This is going to be Swampland. This is going to be Thunderburst. Recon is looking at this going, what is happening here? In comes the heroic age. Swampland gets dropped. Thunderburst comes down. Even if the town center dies, it doesn't matter. I don't understand this in the slightest. Units getting thrown for 6 here. In come the Naginata Riders. Is there enough stuff here for Recon? Garnet is full send at the moment. There's also going to be reinforcements coming through. The Swampland ends. Villagers now getting into the mix. Idle villagers over here. There's the towers also in onto this spot. There's also a Kusanagi that can get dropped down that Recon now finally drops in. Of course, all the villagers are dying. Garnet's down to 15 villagers. He's just trying to make his units out to start dealing with these Jaguar Riders. They're going to dive in. Can Matrius hold this is the big question. Chariot Archer Micro going to start coming in as the Scorpion Man around on the side. Those priests need to be getting this damage done. But they're not. Migdol Stronghold getting empowered as Matrius just not able to deal with these units. One of those Obsidian Shards to come through as well. That's another unit that you need to have the Siege Tower out to actually deal with, funnily enough. Up onto this top side, the medium Jaguar Riders getting targeted down again. Another Obsidian Shard coming in. What has he got? He's got an Obsidian Butterfly coming out of here. I think the other one was an Eotochli as well. As Matrius, does he have enough stuff to hold this is the question. Chariot Archers doing a good job here to take out the remaining Jaguar Riders. Why the Amaterasu pick? You know Grass is going to be playing Hades here. There's got to be a reason from Recon. I do remember an epic Recon versus Kavoth game on Anatolia. I think it was Recon. If Kavoth is in the chat, remind me. If someone else remembers the game, remind me. An epic. I think it was in Champions League Season 4. I could be wrong. But it was a ridiculous game, back and forth the entirety of that game. But what Kavoth did was spam the Thunderburst, right? We'll see if Recon's got his own plans. Of course, the game's changed a lot since then, so there could be anything different. But I remember this one being an absolute banger. We'll see if it's going to be a banger or not. Recon and Grass into the next game. It is 1-0 for Recon. That's feeling good. But Grass, he's going to have to figure out how he can strike back as we get into our Budapest game and see how it's going to go. And off we go. Game number 2. Left-hand side of the map, Recon playing as Amaterasu. Right-hand side of the map, Grass playing as Hades. As the clash of styles has already developed. Dock in the center of the map from Grass on both sides. Recon, he's opting for the home dock to get these fishing ships out faster, safer, stronger. It's going to allow him to get a faster classical age in. But he might be gifting Grass a 16 villager lead here in this game. 16. How do I come up with that number? Well, you have 8 fish here, you have 8 fish here, and 8 fish on the back. If you grab every single one of them, that's going to be equal to 24. We've got a maths class here. If you've only got 8, then 24 take 8 is 16. There you go. I can do mental arithmetic sometimes. Nonetheless, let's check some relics. Over onto this side, we have Sharon's Obel. Villagers dying, get some resources back. Always nice. Gambantine, Odin's Wand. Foodwood Gold. Favor research cost minus 25% there. into the middle of the map, there is the Demeter's Throne. Cheaper houses is always nice, but also the drop sites there getting cheaper and building faster. And finally, the Scarab Pendant. This is a big relic here for both players. This makes your siege weapons stronger, so the Petropolis stronger, the Oni stronger, and of course the Colossus stronger. Alrighty. I still don't really know what the game plan here is for Recon, because he's just gifted the sides of the water over to Grass. And Grass is probably thinking, if I take all of this fish, is this bad? What's going to happen here? And the thing is, the main thing here for Grass is to not be too greedy, I think. If he gets all 16 spots, right, in the middle, he should be trying to get a nice, clean, classical age, and then look for this dock later, because this is always going to be here. Instead, I mean, the simple thought process is, let's just try and get all of the spots as fast as we possibly can, because it's so cheap to do so. But you do run the risk of really taking a difficult line through this game. Well, so Miko on the way from Recon. And it's going to be the Minakata Tommy. And I got to imagine it's going to be a Athena here from Grass. Nobody goes Ares, right? Ares is really good in this matchup. Just saying. Don't let anybody know that. This is very secret knowledge. But Ares is fantastic in this matchup. Nonetheless. Minakata Tommy in for Recon, and he is going to be going most likely for quite a few of those 1 Euro. Now, he hasn't got himself Kagura yet, which is, hang on, that's got to be a mistake. No Kagura means these Miko take longer to train. Very confused. Anyways. Oh. The aggressive Shrine of the Hunt. It's been how long since I've seen this last? Is this Nyan Racing Cat? Shrine of the Hunt will be completing here. The Ajax does do some damage, but not enough. And Shrine of the Hunt will get dropped. And that will be this wood line locked off of. And now we've got the Bushi coming through. Couple of 1 Euro as well to come in, and he is going to start sieging this position immediately. Explain why Ares is fantastic. Because Cyclops can kill off everything. Cyclops are insane. They're an amazing unit. You also get the Hephaspis in the classical age. You also can do pestilences to take things, slow things down. It's all good. Prodromus gets stronger. Toxotes gets stronger. Underworld shenanigans is also on the cards. The list goes on. Nonetheless, Recon already in this main base of Grass. 1 Euro, take a little bit of damage. This is going to get pulled back. Solar Shield will get dropped in, and some Revenge Fire while that's all going on. Not really the usage that Recon wants to be going for there. Is that another one? Does he still not have Kagura? Don't understand that. I don't get it. Like, saving the favor doesn't even make sense, because you're just going to get it back faster anyways. Nonetheless, the Yumi Archers are in, and this is some serious pressure to come through from Recon. Not quite. Solar Shield up as the heroes charge forward. Pick off one. Yep, one Euro goes down, but losing a 1 Euro for a Achilles is that's a trade you'll make every single time. On this backside of this, I think Grass just wants to get himself to the Heroic Age. If he gets Heroic Age, he gets Peltas. That's going to be really nice. But his Gold Mine is going to be getting targeted down momentarily. And comes the Achilles yet again. There's now 3 Miko are in for the heals. Free Miko are in for the heals, and I think that Achilles is not long for this world as that gets pulled back, but I think they're both going to be dying. But we do have Aphrodite coming in. This is somewhat of a race against the clock here. The temple is going to be going down as well. Momentarily, villagers pulling around onto this side. Now the damage comes through. We do have a Pegasus in, but that's not going to be much help at all. As the village is falling, that's brutal. And Grass is just sort of watching this, watching himself just lose villagers non-stop. And he's like, hang on, what? He's got a gold mine over here. Just make the trek. Go over there. It's fine. But sooner or later, there will be a heroic age. There will be Peltas. There will be an Aphrodite with Curse. So even though Grass is hurting here, you have to remember, he has 21 fishing ships. So just add 21 onto this number and add 8 onto this for the rest of this game, at least until the fishing ships get disabled. So Grass's economy, he's doing fine here. Like, he's not actually behind on economy. The problem is that food isn't really that important for him here. His curse gets dropped. Hippias charging forward. There will be a restoration as well. Over onto this side of the Kitsune, just causing issues. It's back to the Shrine of the Hunt he goes, and Grass doesn't want any of that. Any of that smoke over there. He says, no worries. I'll pull back. And Recon, well, he can keep spamming units out. But now he needs to make sure he's getting the answer for Peltast, which is going to be, I guess the one Udall are an answer, kind of, but we'll see how things are going to go. We've got the Kumiki coming through, and Naginata Riders, Yadi Spearman as well on the way. To the middle of the map. Grass looking for some raids and things like that. And Recon is just going to rotate around here and look for the fight. There is a pretty close military diff here. With restoration, it might be a winning fight for Grass. We'll have to wait and see as Recon pulls up onto this side. Little bits of damage to come through, trying to take out that Nemean line there as the one Udall sits at the front there. He's going to be tanking that up, and he can drop the Solar Shield there onto the middle as well if he wants to, and that's exactly what he's going to be going for. Naginata Riders over onto this side. That's not the right move from Recon. You want to be fighting the actual units here. Grass takes his villagers. He's more than happy to get those shanks off as the Yumi Archers don't have a front line. Naginata Riders onto the backside, taking out those Toxotes. The Yadi Spearmen, they're needed versus the Hippias. If Recon was actually fighting the Hippias, he probably would have won this fight. He gets some Vil picks, sure. Now add 16 to this. Now we're looking very close, but Grass is now equalized on military. I think Recon's happy with this, though. He did so much damage. I do think if he just took the army fight and ignored the villagers, I think he would have been fine to actually fight. Another Solar Shield. Great usage of that one. Sends the unit forward. It gets focused. Solar Shield keeps it alive. There's another fight here coming in, but Grass looking strong now as there's really not that many archers anymore. For Recon, lots of military buildings in, plenty of spam. As the heroes need to be ignored. That's important. Great control there from Recon. Achilles goes down. Yumi Archers on the back, targeting down those hoplites, and Grass probably pushes a little bit too hard there. As Recon is able to win that next fight. Now, Grass is back into his main base. He's on this wood line, but this wood line's a little bit difficult to chop from as well because the Yumi Archers can come in and start hitting those. This wood line as well, he can't really grab. This one he can't grab because of the wolves, the Shrine of the Hunt, but Recon is allowing this for the time being. So yeah, this the vil diff is equal. You just have to, like I said, like add 3. So it's 40 vils to 39. And then you add the 8 here and you add the 8 here because they're equal. The more villages that Grass is losing, the harder this becomes. We are seeing some revenge raids coming in though from Grass. We'll be able to potentially pick off one villager. Nope, misses that one as the Naginata Rider is going to turn around. That might go down. Rest of these units coming through and Grass has to escape here. Losing units is not an option. This is not an option. He loses all of them. Stable coming up in the main base for Grass. Drummus on the way. Hoplites on the way. Naginata Riders charging through the main base, taking a little bit of damages. Recon slowly but surely building on his advantage here. Just pulling off of the wood line into something else. This is just too much. There's too much military here now for Recon. Grass just hasn't been able to get himself up to anything resembling a decently sized army. Just the army picks and everything else. And now the docks are going to be going down. There's no way for Grass to defend this side. And now all of a sudden, you're no longer equal on village account. You're actually losing by quite a bit. And Recon, if he wants to, he can come over, drop a dock, and he can take this spot for himself here. Meanwhile, Saltwater Spring on the way. Oh, second town center actually from Recon is his choice. Little bit surprising. Of course, it's fine for him to do this because he's a Matarasu and he's going to be working towards Bushido tier 3 anyway. So he's about to be at full heavy. There it ticks over. And I guess from this moment, it's just full steam ahead for Recon. He doesn't need a heroic age. Heavy is in for Grass, but he's got no units left. Grass does have gold mines up onto the top, and he says, nope, that game is done. Too much power in the Recon cheese. Not much of a cheese, to be honest. Just the forward shrine of the hunt does catch Grass off guard here. He had the back gold mine. He had everything he needed to get to the heroic age. He got there nicely, but this one fight that happened over onto this side lost so many villagers. I didn't think that it was that big of a deal for Grass. Actually, I want to check out the post game here and just unpack it a little bit because it looked okay for him in terms of just income, but he just was falling further and further and further behind. So let's check the post game out. All right. So militarily speaking, or resources, you can see that it was quite equal for quite a lot of time. Or even advantage Grass, but he did fall off towards the end as the villager diff did start to fall out of his favor. And you can see this graph does show us the fishing ships involved as he drops down below Recon here as well. But the big fight that happened right here, I believe, right here, yeah, the big fight that happened was kind of close as well. But it was close because Grass was fighting with his villagers and, well, Recon wasn't fighting at all. I think maybe if Grass had grabbed himself survival equipment for that fight, could have been a completely different game. Seriously, simple. That one simple fact of just that one technology could have changed everything. But nonetheless, Recon up now 2-0. Let's jump back over into the draft and see what we're going to see for game number 3. Can Grass get onto the scoring board or not? Alrighty, guys. Not our last game. Our next game is going to be on Ghost Lake. It's going to be Tezcatlipoca. Tezcatlipoca. Everyone's terrified of this god. It's Tezcatlipoca versus Thor. And I think Recon knows that Grass is picking Thor on this map to some degree. So he's got something lined up here for his Tezcatlipoca versus Thor. So we'll have to wait and see what it's going to be. But let's jump into this game. Game number 3. And see if grass can strike back. Ghost Lake's the map. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, off to the races we go. That's Catlapoca in for Recon and Thor for grass. Really, really interesting stuff here. I bring this up every single time. Catlapoca is one of the most matchup dependent gods in the game, and knowledge is super important here. Why? Well, Obsidian Mirror changes everything. In this matchup, Thor's single most powerful, or Thor's advantage here, excuse me. Let's just go with that. Thor's advantage in this matchup is the Dwarven Mine. But his opponent has that. So, it's not Dwarven Mine. There's no advantage here. Your opponent has the Dwarven Mine. So if this game does end up going late game, then all of a sudden, Recon's going to have 1 Dwarven Mine, 2 Dwarven Mine, 3 Dwarven Mine. No problems. I guess that makes sense why Recon wants to play this. But the problem here is that everyone's been saying, well, Aztecs, they're really good in some matchups, for sure. But against Norse, if you don't know what you're doing, Norse is going to be completely blowing you off the map. So we'll see what these players are going to do. We do have Grass opening the Dwarven Armory. To be honest, I don't like this from Grass. If this was me and I was seeing Catlapoca and I was playing Thor, I would be going immediately into the most aggressive rush I possibly can. Extra eco doesn't matter here. Let's just put the Catlapoca on the back foot from the get-go. We can get those armory upgrades later anyways. But let's get into his base with a handful of Hersa, maybe a Valkyrie or 2, and just apply the pressure. Now, for Recon, of course, we'll just break it down. What's the strongest unit here? Why is Catlapoca so popular all of a sudden for these top players? I mean, it was picked very last, dead last from Recon, but why is Catlapoca so popular in general amongst the top players? The main reason is the Jaguar Rider that's available in the Heroic Age. If it was thrown into the Mythic Age for gods like Huitzilopochtli and Quetzalcoatl, it's really not that big of a deal. A lot of times you get to that position into the Mythic Age and the game's either already won or lost by then, and if it's not, other player has got plenty enough answers to deal with that Jaguar Rider. But in the in the Heroic Age, you can often be stuck in the Classical Age as the opponent, and you just don't have the upgrades to deal with it. That being said, just rushing it here, well, that's what Grass is going to be expecting. He's going to throw everything he has at Recon. Now, Recon does go for Malinal Jotchitl, which makes sense, and he can go off script just a little bit. Rather than rushing for the Heroic Age, you can stay in the Classical Age for a little bit, open up with a whole bunch of Tequila Archers, and then look for a Heroic Age a little bit later. So that is an option there as well. That being said, Recon has successfully grabbed nearly every single goat on the map. Just kidding. There's 12 goats for Grass versus 22 for Recon. So Recon's happy with that. He's also grabbing himself the relics. He does give himself the Mayahuel's Magay, which is a really big relic. Every single unit that dies is going to be some resources back. Is this Berserk? Well, he is stuck in here. He is getting chased down, and he does get punched in the back, and that is going to be... should be 2 favor, but it's 0 favor, apparently. You get... oh, maybe it's 0.75 favor, excuse me. And nevertheless, Force City in now for Grass, and Here's one thing to be somewhat worried about. If you do go for the Tequila Archer angle, well, you can get met with trolls, and trolls can be an issue. So keep that in the back of your mind. That being said, it doesn't really look like Recon is... Yeah, Recon's not messing around here. Recon is going heroic age. This is not some like, oh, we'll just see what happens. No, we're just gonna go heroic age. The Hersa, we don't really need to utilize our cowl pulley. He brings the cowl pulley onto the back. He can flip it over there anyways, as that's exactly what's going to be happening. Market gets scouted. Cowl pulley coming in, and now the livestock pen is going to be working hard over here as a war hut will get dropped down as the defense is looking great. But Recon really should be thinking some partly towers here just to prevent the attacks from being anything. As the warrior priests get in, they do manage to catch the Hersa out. That's so brutal. One Hersa down. Can he get the other one as well? It looks like he does. Grass not paying attention for just a tiny bit there. And two Hersas killed for free. Is the Kimichin spy going to try and escape from the Hersas? And Grass is just going full spam on those for the time being. And this is somewhat of a problem for Recon because, well, if he's not careful, he just gets destroyed. And these large scorpions, they don't really do anything versus the Hersa. We do see the big god of Koyol Zhaokui coming through. And Grass just has got nowhere to deal damage at the moment. Surely Watchtower's next, right? Or is he just pushed off of this position by a troll? Brutal. So no Watchtowers as the villagers will come back onto the lumber camp. The troll is continuing to get that damage done. You just send it. I guess he's worried if he sends a warrior priest around to try and deal with this that he's going to have some issues. But healing spring in from Grass. So pulling it back home. And Recon is fine here. Recon is fine here. Is this a special Ghost Lake? Yeah, we're playing on basically on a map set that is designed for tournament gameplay. I don't want to go into it too much. It's a little bit complicated, but these maps are designed such that they're a lot more fairer than the maps that they have their own problems. Don't get me wrong, but they're for tournaments specifically. They're a lot more fair than the developed maps. So yeah, most of the maps are these ones. And to be honest, I think that the developer maps have taken some stuff from this recently. That might just be my own. I might be wrong on that. Anyways, warrior priest now going to drop that great temple into the main base. No surprises here. Grass, I think he is basically gearing up for a flaming weapons timing attack. Like, I don't see anything else coming in, and I think that Recon knows this as the 3 large scorpions do go down. Now, one thing we can do is we can look through all of Grass's very interestingly named Hersa here. Mr. Solomon in there, Unmonarch, Honey. Thanks, guys. Double honeys. Lots of Jeziens as well. And the big question is, does Recon even bother going for Sean 1 here? I think he should. He's going straight for the... Alright, he's going straight for the Jaguar Riders. He is going to be getting himself the Koyo Zhaokui Stone, which does make all of his upgrades inside of the Great Temple very, very cheap. Grass hits the heroic age there through Bragi. And in comes... I can't even say that. We'll just call it the penance. A little bit of sacrifice bonus there as those Jaguar Riders are now in, and Recon Well, he is going to be searching for something to do here. They do move at 5.5 speed. That is as fast as the Hersa, and they do have a jump. Meanwhile, Grass is just continuing to spam out Hersa. There is a world here where Hersa aren't a terrible play versus these Jaguar Riders. 20% hack armor, plus you get the double effect of the armory, or at least of the defensive one. But the Jaguar Riders do spot these dwarves up onto this side. This is brutal, as Grass is just going to be taking them all down. Hersa will come over here and shoo them away, but the damage is already done. You see the villager differential right now. Heavily. It was heavily in favor of Grass, but now it's equal, as Heavy Jaguar Riders is also in. Meanwhile, while that's going on, Recon says, all right, up to the top side we go. Great Temple out of line of sight. Secures the Caribou, secures the gold mine, and he is getting through this early game like a treat here. Now we have the Tepiotls reach to come through, and also, Recon has spotted how many Hersa are here, and he's just like, if you're going to go that many, we will build some Sean one. And these, like, you look at the stats, it's 45 hack damage per shot against an infantry unit. These are infantry units, so they are a amazing unit here. As flaming weapons, it's on. The attack will be coming in, as both players say, all right, it's time for the fight here. I don't even know if the Ursa are going to be winning this fight with flaming weapons. He's fighting right underneath the Starfall, so all these units are taking a pretty big amount of damage as well, as the military differential seems like it's still staying in the advantage of Recon. As Grass will pull back, he will be losing the battle boars and things like that, but that fight did not go well for Grass at all. I've seen Grass having success with this pure Hersa spam, but at the very tip-top level, when your opponent reacts to you, it's all over before it even begins. Jaguar Riders sneaking up to the top here. They're looking for something now to attack as well, but Recon has a gigantic advantage now cooking, and he can do whatever he wants moving forward. Recon sees the wall, sees the dwarves. He says, please, let me in. I'd love to kill those dwarves. So the dwarves are going to try and bail out up onto this side. Tequila archers going after them there. As the army of Grass coming in. He's got some Jarls now mixed through. To some degree here, though, Recon, he's kind of trapped. I don't know if he really should be looking for this fight, to be honest, but he's going for it. We do have a Tajipla to come through. That's going to be a nice answer to some battle ball here. He dives right through, but if you dive in onto the back line, that's going to get focused down. Is there enough stuff here is the big question. Jaguar Riders on the back, not really doing a whole lot, as Recon looks to have thrown away a lot of that advantage, as now Grass has made a good transition himself. And Recon has to run away. Tries to keep his units alive up onto this side, but everything will end up falling. Picks off one battle ball. Those Sean ones trying to take out the Hersa. I kind of think that Recon should start thinking about a tech switch himself. A tech switch into, well, not Sean 1, not Jaguar Riders, but into Spearmen. And that is what's going to be happening, I think. Recon drops himself the War Hut. The game continues along. A little bit of a pushback from Grass here, as he did lose some villagers. There is an advantage for Recon, but it's still going to be a difficult game here, as the 3,000 gold Dwarven gold mine does get dropped down. Big boost of gold income here. If you take a look at the gold diff, 1.35 for Grass's dwarves, 0.85 for Recon's villagers. Of course, he does have the craft workshop, so it's also 15% more, but still. All right, we've got the bronze armor coming through. We've got the great Jarls yarling along. Recon a little bit on the slow side to get those spearmen in, but I mean, he does still... You compare the stats on these two, actually. Heavy Jaguar Rider, 225, 20, and 19. 225, so winning on the HP, winning on the hack, but definitely losing on the damage. I don't really know who comes out in front when it comes down to that, but it's a close fight. The spearmen are necessary as the Sting of Japan comes through, and that's going to boost up those spearmen even more. Yeah, surely it's a close fight. Like, you more HP, way more effective HP. If it's just Jaguar Rider versus Jarl, that is. If the spearmen get involved, then it's a different story. To the top, random houses getting spotted, getting taken down. And Grass is looking for another big fight. The units just pull in onto this side, though. And Recon's just going to be like, oh, there he is. All right, now what? But his Jaguar Riders, he needs those back in immediately here. Militarily speaking, it's basically equal, so he's got to do something. Does have himself 9 warrior priests. Might be enough to kill off the battle balls. I don't know, but I'd love to see some Middle in the mix here just to help out. It's the main base getting targeted down. Tom Pantley Tower gets taken out. Town Center is now next. Of course, there is the Great Temple here as the Jaguar Riders coming around onto the side, coming out of that jump. They do so much damage if they do come out of the trees there for a little bit. They have that boost before it does drop down. Can Grass win this fight is the big question. The spearmen are going to be huge. There's also defender's advantage as the warrior priests getting that damage done. Great control from Recon to pull away while the top side of his army forces looks like it's winning. And Grass's army just doesn't have what it takes here to take Recon out. And Recon makes short work of Grass in the semifinals. A 3-0 so that he can be as refreshed as possible for the grand finals. I'm going to have a quick chat with the players, but I think there's going to be about a 15-minute break, and then we're going to jump into the finals here. Recon and Suppe. Congrats to Recon from getting there. Better luck next week for Grass. 2 players left. 1 ticket remaining. Well, not 1 ticket remaining. There's 5 tickets remaining, but 1 ticket up for grabs. Well played for Recon, but he has to back up and do it again. We'll be back very shortly. If you do want to go grab a snack, manage to do that. Get a coffee, get a beverage. We'll see you guys very shortly. Don't you guys go nowhere. What is he doing? Did he just lose his mind? No way! Garneth has literally just lost his mind. This is going to be Swampland. This is going to be Thunderburst. Recon is looking at this going, what is happening here? In comes the Heroic Age. Swampland gets dropped. Thunderburst comes down. Even if the Town Center dies, it doesn't matter. I don't understand this in the slightest. Units getting thrown for 6 here. In come the Naginata Riders. Is there enough stuff here for Recon? Garnet is full send at the moment. There's also going to be reinforcements coming through. The Swampland ends. Villagers now getting into the mix. Idle villagers over here. There's the towers also in onto this spot. There's also a Kusanagi that can get dropped down that Recon now finally drops in. Of course, all the villagers are dying. Garnet's down to 15 villagers. He's trying to make his units out to start dealing with these Jaguar Riders. They're going to dive in. Can Matrius hold this is the big question. Carried Archer Micro going to start coming in as the Scorpion Man around on the side. Those priests need to be getting this damage done. But they're not. Migdol Stronghold getting empowered. as Mattress just not able to deal with these units. One of those obsidian shards to come through as well. That's another unit that you need to have the siege tower out to actually deal with, funnily enough. Up onto this top side, the medium Jaguar Riders getting targeted down again. Another obsidian shard coming in. What has he got? He's got an obsidian butterfly coming out of here. I think the other one was in a Otochli as well. As Matrius, does he have enough stuff to hold this is the question. Chariot Archers doing a good job here to take out the remaining Jaguar Riders. There's not that many here, but an Otochli comes in. So that's going to 10-pin bowl everyone away. There are the priests in for the moment. They're going to take out the Otochli. The Migdal will survive. And it looks like the worst of it could be over. There is a Ghoul and Bursty that should get dropped here for Magic immediately. And it is going to happen. He is coming through. He's looking straight onto the back line. Throwing Axeman going up against each other. The raiding cavalry here can't get around onto the back as a Draugr spawns. There goes the healing spring. This fight here cannot be good for Izamato. He's got to run, and that is a overwhelming victory for Magic in this fight. The trolls get sent flying. One troll down, two trolls down. Magic now going to be pulling back. The Ghoul and Bursty is going to be threatening those units back, and Magic gets his position here set up is in effect, and this is going to be a big fight. This is the thing though, the Eagle Warriors here don't do much versus those Dow Swordsmen, but the Fire Archers are going to drop like flies as there goes the Drought, as everyone's going to lose about 10-8% HP on this fight. Is this enough from B to actually win? And on top of that, is it enough from B to win and then continue along here?
What a tense moment here. B seems to be coming out slightly on top.
Yeah, but now the shoot and scoot happens, and you can't really chase this. Well, he should be shooting scooting.
Oh, is he? Like this is where the shoot and scoot is really effective.
Yeah.
No more myth units soaking up damage.
Important part. Nyan sees it. And there will be a shifting sands onto the villagers, onto the back position here. Is there enough stuff, though, for Nyan over here as these Javelineers will come over? We'll get a couple of picks, but now the army is out of position. As Najjar will dive through, gets 2 hits off only versus that Wadjet, but the Pioneers will pick the rest of it off. Javelineers trying to get the damage done from the side, but there's just so many slingers here that it's looking like it's just working for Garnet. I think Garnet might just have figured it out here. He's hit the heroic gauge through Bargy. He will be able to go for a flaming weapons here. He's got a really nice strong army. There goes the flaming weapons as the berserks charging through here. The raiding cavalry coming in onto the back to try and prevent the retreat for the time being. There's also a Tautier to come in and get some good damage done as the raiding cavalry coming through. There goes the Drought as well, which will take the HP down by 10% as well. The Tautier onto the back line as one does end up getting eaten here. He can also use that special ability if he needs to, but it's looking like there is not going to be enough blue stuff here to win the game on this moment. Ragnarok's back up onto the gold mine in the heroic age, has himself an equal military situation here, and his Frere. So he's behind a little bit on military, a tiny bit on military, but he's Frere. Go for it. Onto this side, the town center does get revealed there from Joe. Hero units coming in. There goes the Dragon Typhoon as the implode. Not going to be allowed just yet. Units getting converted into the heroes. Into the main base there comes that Dragon Typhoon to try and take out village, take out buildings. Palace over here going down as well. There will still be an implode available on the flip side, but Eric has to drop it into his main base, and Joe, these are mostly samurai. Sure, he's going to lose some units, but it's not going to be nearly all of them. Not at all. 10,000 HP. Chaos onto this one. Does come down. Carnivora as well as the Destroyers doing their best to try and take this out. It goes down so fast. Avely is going to make it happen. He takes out the Titan Gate. This is huge. What is he doing? Did he just lose his mind? No way. Garneth has literally just lost his mind. This is going to be Swampland. This is going to be Thunderburst. Recon is looking at this going, what is happening here? In comes the Heroic Age. Swampland gets dropped. Thunderburst comes down. Even if the Town Center dies, it doesn't matter. I don't understand this in the slightest. Units getting thrown for 6 here. In come the Naginata Riders. Is there enough stuff here for Recon? Garneth is full send at the moment. There's also going to be reinforcements coming through. The Swampland ends. Villagers now getting into the mix. Idle villagers over here. There's the towers also in onto this spot. There's also a Kusanagi that can get dropped down that Recon now finally drops in. Of course, all the villagers are dying. Garneth's down to 15 villagers. He's just trying to make his units out to start dealing with these Jaguar Riders. They're going to dive in. Can Matrius hold this is the big question. Chariot Archer Micro going to start coming in as the Scorpion Man around on the side. Those priests need to be getting this damage done. But they're not. Migdol Stronghold getting empowered as Matrius just not able to deal with these units. One of those Obsidian Shards to come through as well. That's another unit that you need to have the Siege Tower out to actually deal with, funnily enough. Up onto this top side, the medium Jaguar Riders getting targeted down again. Another Obsidian Shard coming in. What has he got? He's got an Obsidian Butterfly coming out of here. I think the other one was in a Otochli as well. As Matrius, does he have enough stuff to hold this is the question. Chariot Archers doing a good job here to take out the remaining Jaguar Riders. There's not that many here. But an Otochli comes in. So that's going to 10-pin bowl everyone away. There are the priests in for the moment. They're going to take out the Otochli. The Migdol will survive. And it looks like the worst of it could be over. There is a Ghoul and Bursty that should get dropped here for Magic immediately. And it is going to happen. He is coming through. He's looking straight onto the back line. Throwing Axeman going up against each other. The raiding cavalry here can't get around onto the back as a Draugr spawns. There goes the healing spring. This fight here cannot be good for Izumato. He's got to run, and that is a overwhelming victory for Magic in this fight. The trolls get sent flying. 1 troll down, 2 trolls down. Magic now going to be pulling back. The Ghoul and Bursty is going to be threatening those units back, and Magic gets his position here set up is in effect, and this is going to be a big fight. This is the thing though, the Eagle Warriors here don't do much versus those Dow Swordsmen, but the Fire Archers are going to drop like flies as there goes the Drought, as everyone's going to lose about 10-8% HP on this fight. Is this enough from B to actually win? And on top of that, is it enough from B to win and then continue along here?
What a tense moment here. B seems to be coming out slightly on top.
Yeah, but now the shoot and scoot happens, and you can't really chase this. Well, he should be shooting scooting.
Obviously, like this is where the shoot and scoot is really effective.
Yeah.
No more myth units soaking up damage.
Important part. Nyan sees it. And there will be a shifting sands onto the villagers, onto the back position here. Is there enough stuff, though, for Nyan over here as these Javelineers will come over? We'll get a couple of picks, but now the army is out of position. As Najar will dive through, gets 2 hits off only versus that Wadjet, but the Pioneers will pick the rest of it off. Javelineers trying to get the damage done from the side, but there's just so many slingers here that it's looking like it's just working for Garneth. I think Garneth might just have figured it out here. He's hit the Heroic Age through Buggy. He will be able to go for a Flaming Weapons here. He's got a really nice, strong army. There goes the Flaming Weapons as the Berserks charging through here. The raiding cavalry coming in onto the back to try and prevent the retreat for the time being. There's also a Tautier to come in and get some good damage done as the raiding cavalry coming through. There goes the Drought as well, which will take the HP down by 10% as well. The Tautier onto the back line as one does end up getting eaten here. He can also use that special ability if he needs to, but it's looking like there is not going to be enough blue stuff here to win the game on this moment. Ragnarok's back up onto the gold mine in the heroic age, has himself an equal military situation here, and his Frere. So he's behind a little bit on military, a tiny bit on military, but he's Frere. Go for it. Onto this side, the town center does get revealed there from Joe. Hero units coming in. There goes the Dragon Typhoon. It's the implode. Not going to be allowed just yet. Units getting converted into the heroes. Into the main base there comes that Dragon Typhoon to try and take out village, take out buildings. Palace over here going down as well. There will still be an implode available on the flip side, but Eric has to drop it into his main base, and Joe, these are mostly samurai. Sure, he's going to lose some units, but it's not going to be nearly all of them. Not at all. 10,000 HP. Chaos onto this one. Does come down. Carnivora as well, as the destroyers doing their best to try and take this out. It goes down so fast. Avely is going to make it happen. He takes out the Titan Gate. This is huge. What is he doing? Did he just lose his mind? No way. Garneth has literally just lost his mind. This is going to be Swampland. This is going to be Thunderburst. Recon is looking at this going, what is happening here? In comes the heroic age. Swampland gets dropped. Thunderburst comes down. Even if the town center dies, it doesn't matter. I don't understand this in the slightest. Units getting thrown for 6 here. In come the Naginata Riders. Is there enough stuff here for Recon? Garnet is full send at the moment. There's also going to be reinforcements coming through. The Swampland ends. Villagers now getting into the mix. Idle villagers over here. There's the towers also in onto this spot. There's also a Kusanagi that can get dropped down that Recon now finally drops in. Of course, all the villagers are dying. Garnet's down to 15 villagers. He's just trying to make his units out to start dealing with these Jaguar Riders. They're going to dive in. Can Matrius hold this is the big question. Chariot Archer Micro going to start coming in as the Scorpion Man around on the side. Those priests need to be getting this damage done. But they're not. Migdol Stronghold getting empowered as Matrius just not able to deal with these units. One of those Obsidian Shards to come through as well. That's another unit that you need to have the Siege Tower out to actually deal with, funnily enough. Up onto this top side, the medium Jaguar Riders getting targeted down again. Another Obsidian Shard coming in. What has he got? He's got an Obsidian Butterfly coming out of here. I think the other one was in a Yotochli as well. As Matrius, does he have enough stuff to hold this is the question. Chariot Archers doing a good job here to take out the remaining Jaguar Riders. There's not that many here. But an Yotochli comes in. So that's going to 10-pin bowl everyone away. There are the priests in for the moment. They're going to take out the Yotochli. The Migdol will survive. And it looks like the worst of it. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to your main event. Well, this is not quite the main event. We're playoff 1, road to Athens. Finals. One matchup remains. One player gets a ticket to Athens. The other player gets nothing. It's so close. They can feel it in the palm of their hand. But if you lose, you got to do it again next week. If you lose, you got to do it again next week. We've got a best of 7 coming for you guys. That means both players have got to draft 8 gods. They got to ban 2 gods each. That's 22 gods total. 1 god, I think. Hang on. Is that right? Was it 8 gods? 8, 16, 4. That's 20. That means there's 3 gods. 3 gods won't see play in the draft. Oh, math, oh, math, oh, math. Before we jump into the draft, let's check out the head-to-head and see what we're going to see. Well. Recon, he is a man of conviction. He is a man of sheer will, and he is a man who has never lost to Suppe. This is the second matchup for him today of him actually playing a player who he's never lost to in tournament before. That's got to be a huge brain explosion going off inside there. Never lost to this guy. It was close in Genesis Retold. That was a 5-game series. In the qualifying match, it was close. But Wrath of the Gods quarterfinals, 3-0. Suppe is a different player today than he once was. Suppe is a different player today than he once was. He still has the same quirky style. He still goes for his strategies, whatever he thinks is strong, he likes to play. And he's never, I don't know about this, I could be wrong, but it doesn't seem to me that he ever plays a style that isn't his. Everything he plays is something he's come up with himself. There's a lot of other players who are happily playing other players' styles. They see, well, Mr. does X or Rappel does Y, Kavoth does Z. We'll do that. We'll steal it. It's fine. Not Suppe. And that makes Suppe one of the hardest players to play in this competition. Because every single game you play is going to be a strong strategy for one, and a strategy you probably haven't played against. Because here's the thing about Suppe, and I don't know why. People don't steal his stuff. He makes guides on it. He streams it like very regularly. People don't steal his stuff. And Recon definitely doesn't steal his stuff. So Recon is coming into this game probably not having practiced versus Suppe, probably not knowing what Suppe has got going, probably expecting that he was going to be playing versus Mosca today. Because Mosca was the favorite. It was a close series. Suppe inched his way past. In fact, Suppe's entire journey this tournament has been inching past his competition. He got a 3-2 versus Tunison, a 3-2 versus Mosca. I told a lie. He got a 3-0 versus Matrius, but it was close series every single way, every single step of the way here for Suppe. Recon, on the other hand, he had his close series in the round of 16. He should have lost versus Garneth. You saw the highlight. Garneth lost his mind for the 16,000th time. Recon survived, and Recon got past Garneth, and well, then it was easy sailing there from then for Recon. I don't think he dropped a game since then. He has been on point. Now, it's one more series. What am I saying? We got one more series for this week. We start again next week. Let's jump over and check out the draft and see what we can see. All right, guys. It's a best of 7 now. It's a best of 7. That means 7 maps. That means we get to see a few more maps we might not have already seen before. There's been a couple of maps that have been pretty consistently banned. I'm not exactly surprised about this. there are maps that some people really like to play, and there's maps that some people don't really like to play. For example, I know that a player like Magic loves to play on a map like Mount Olympus, like Cloud Forest. But players like Recon, Suppe, they don't want anything to do with that. They want to play the open maps. They want to play that different style. So there is something here for everyone. There is something here for everyone. Let me talk you through this, the draft, because it does look a little confusing. If the color is red, it's a ban. If it's not, it's a pick. All right? If it's red, it's a ban. So Recon banned Loki Odin. So he's taking Suppe's Norse out of the equation. He doesn't want to deal with it. Suppe bans Susanoo and Huitzilopochtli. Two very high priority picks. Hard to beat gods. Just really, really strong at the moment. Which does mean that this leaves Recon and Suppe in this position where there's a lot of power picks left on the table. Recon grabs Gaia as his first pick, which allows Suppe two gods that he loves to play right now. Nuwa and Kronos. Recon then grabs Fuxi and Shenong. Suppe takes the Quetzalcoatl and Freya. Every single god right now from Suppe looks incredibly priority. The only thing he's missed out on is the Chinese here. Don't think he's going to be super upset about that because he's gotten so many priority picks for him specifically. Recon next, Amaterasu's set. We've seen Recon's Amaterasu. It's bonkers strong. The set we haven't seen a whole lot of, but Recon backs himself with Egyptian. Whenever I talk to him about the Egyptian, he's always like, my Egyptian is good. I can play the Egyptian. It's great. Then Ra Hades from Suppe. Taking the Ra might be a targeted ban, not really wanting to play it. I haven't seen Suppe play a whole lot of Ra. It's not a god that I associate with him. And if I look at my list of gods, I'm like, yeah, well, he's probably not going to pick Ra, so it's fine, right? But he does pick that one up. There are some power plays with Ra, but if there's no real Norse gods on the table, then I don't really know what the point is there. Then's the Tezcatlipoca in, the Isis from Recon. Tezcatlipoca has been a priority pick as well. Getting this low in the draft does mean Suppe just doesn't want to even try it on Recon. Bit surprised because I do think that Suppe values that god. I think he plays that god. I think he's strong with that god, but not picking it. Then Tsukiyomi Uranos to round out Suppe's draft, and Recon takes Isis and Zeus. Our first matchup is going to be Fuxi versus Kronos. Now, this here is a matchup that I'm surprised to see. I don't think it's an amazing matchup for Kronos. This is one I'm very happy to play as Fuxi, and I think Recon is going to be looking at this going, you used your Kronos in game one? Means I don't have to think about it for the rest of this series. Even if he loses this matchup, it's such an amazing... How do I put this? It's just such an amazing thing to just have sitting there just screaming, guys, I got Kronos. I got Kronos. Are you ready to deal with the Kronos rush? Are you? Just checking. Are you ready to deal with it? Are you ready? But now it's gone, and Recon's like, well, first pick, that's fine. And I do also think Fuxi is fantastic versus Kronos, but I might be wrong on that one. I've been wrong on that before. Abaxi asks, why 8 picks and not 9? Well, it's a best of 7. So you get 7 games, and you get 1 extra god just to have a little bit of a pick for that very last matchup. All right. It's time. Game number 1 of the finals for the playoff 1, Road to Athens, Recon versus Suppe. Let's jump into Gorge. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is the finals. Playoff 1 finals. The first ticket to Athens on the line. 2 players have fought through competition thick and thin. And they have made it this far. Win, and I'll see you in Athens. Lose, you got to do it all again next week. Doesn't mean a thing. In the left-hand corner of the map, the biggest brain in Age of Mythology, Mr. Husk Soup, playing as Kronos. His opponent today, in the blue color, playing as Fushi from the tag team. It's Recon. We are on the map, Gorge. And this is going to be an amazing series. These two have had an incredible run thus far. Clearly, they've got a great grasp on the meta, on how to play, and they've got to be feeling really, really good about what's going to be happening. Did you see that? I didn't even realize you could do that. That was an instant animation cancel from Recon. At least I think it was. Unless it was a graphical glitch of some sort. I don't know. Nonetheless. Soup here. Well, I've seen it once. I'll see it twice. I'll see it 100 times. This is the Soup Fast Second Town Center. Welcome to the land of Soup. This is a land of things you've never seen before, but once you see them once, they're going to start popping up quite a bit. 3 manas. Temple will come down, and the advance time will be in very, very quickly. Now, the only thing here for Soup is to ensure that he's got himself the Oracle in, which he does have, and now it's time to start time shifting the manas over because this town center builds so ridiculously fast. On the flip side, though, just take a look at this from Recon. Not 1 Kwafu, not 2 Kwafu, but 3 Kwafu. To me, this is not looking like a fast second town center in the slightest from Recon. This is looking like something else. Generally, if you go 3 Kwafu, it's a little bit slow for the fast second town center. It's also not respecting a Kronos rush, but you can see that Recon did scout that already. He sees what's happening. He knows what's going on. It's a big boom from both players. It's going to be Leto on the side of Soup, though. That there is very strange. And some people are asking, like, why is it... How do you know it's a fast second town center? He just built a couple of houses. I mean, he's got plenty of population there. This doesn't even do anything. Well, Kronos has got 2 features. The first one is time shift, which allows him to move buildings anywhere he's got line of sight. It does take some time. And the other feature, the other unique bonus, is that his manas will increase the build speed of town centers. So he's going to wander over here. He's going to have his Leto. Not sure exactly what the Leto's about outside of the fact that Leto is just really good at the moment. Prometheus makes so much sense here for Soup, but the Leto is also going to be something as Recon's going to be taking up the relics, and he does pick up a very important one here. This is Mayahuel's Magay. And losing units and getting paid for it, that feels good. As Soup comes up to this side, he's got so many resources in the bank. Does drop down the spider eggs as the Yatsa will take down 1, take down 2, take down 3. Oh, that's some brutality there. And without the Valor, this is kind of a big deal. Town Center built so fast, though. 30 seconds. Compared to the settlement for Recon, that's nearly... Wait, I mean, it's a third finish now, right? So... yeah, it takes like 45 seconds to build versus this one, 30 seconds to build. Meanwhile, Hero Oracle is in as the automatons coming up. Citizens can do some garrisoning here if they want, but no need to, as the Arts will have to pull away. A little bit of harassment, a little bit of a win from Recon early on, but it is going to be a boom game. This is what Recon wants. Going Leto here into a boom game versus Fushi. Well, he's just going to be able to get all the heroes out anyways, so automaton aren't going to be that important. But if I can go 1 town center, why can't I go 2 town centers? Why can't I go 3 town centers? If you go 2 town centers, I can take 3 town centers. This makes sense, right? No matter what, I want to be on the defense. Now, Recon, I've seen him fall for this before. He gets into his mind and he goes, well, it just doesn't make sense. Going 3 town centers here, you just die, right? Like you're gonna, like there's just, it's not gonna work, right? So why would he do it? So I'm not even gonna check it. The last time I saw Recon fall for this was versus Mosca. I think it was I want to say it was a China versus Poseidon game. I can't remember which Chinese god, but Recon went 2 town center and Mosca went 3, and it ended up being an advantage for Mosca and a win in the end. That being said, there are Sky Lanterns coming across the map. They might spot the town center, and that might be enough here for Recon to know what to do. Suppe, he's got to spend a lot of resources here on villagers to get stabilized to actually be able to afford the villagers. And Recon, he's not going to fall for it this time. He sees the town center. But he is versus Leto. And this is somewhat problematic because how are you supposed to attack someone who can one-hit kill 4 units for every bit of favor you've got? And Recon is just going to go full send. Now, he could ignore this town center, go to the main base. That's fine. Suppe also might just think, well, I'll just grab myself watchtowers. That's also fine. Watchtowers now queued up. We will see the perception on the way as well as hand axe. Suppe doesn't have a building down just yet, so he will be taking some significant damage here. But if Suppe gets through this and he doesn't take any real damage here, man, this is going to be a really, really tough game for Recon. Because Recon, he's got to kill villagers somewhere. He's got to get something happening. To the backside, villagers will pull off the wood line. There's wood lines all over the place, so it's not the biggest of deal for him to just pull off this. He can go onto cows and things like that. This random citizen here going to come up and start chopping down more trees. Watchtowers still not able to come in as the temple does fall. Citizens will pull off with the gold mine as well. And of course, there is the gold up here. So it's not that big of an issue as the spider lair gets dropped down again. Not sure exactly where, but the units are coming up onto this spot, and Suppe will have to bail. Just trying to play away from the army. I see another spider lair somewhere. There's this one here. I don't know where he put it. I got no idea. Yeah, I can see this. I can see this one. I can see what he's doing. I have full line of sight, but I got no idea where he placed it here. There you go. Found it. Anyways, up onto this side, though. Citizens getting pulled off of the boars. Of course, this boar dying underneath the town center would be nice for him. As the units getting pulled in over here. You do get to spot the spider lairs where they are. So now, Recon knows this position is going to be some guaranteed deaths. You can throw low HP units in to clear it up. You could try and put a wall over it as well. One thing I know that that Kavoth likes to do is he'll throw a wall down over it, but not build the wall. So, for example, come in and he'll do this, and then he just won't build the wall, and that reminds him that it's there. Unless Suppe has to take somewhat of a fight here. He does have the Caraballister on the back. Murmillos will end up falling as those spider lairs, great dodging for the time being. One does end up dying. The automaton can pull back and try and lure them over everything else, but this town center is going to be falling quickly here, it looks like. There's also a stray javelineer over here. That's going to be getting taken down as Suppe trying to defend, but he is under so much pressure as now the citizens are going to turn around and start shanking. You never really want that to happen. Going to dive back over to the town center as Recon just full send at the moment. Our swordsman over here getting taken out, but there's so much military for Recon. And funnily enough, the villager differential at 2 town centers versus 3 town centers is favoring Suppe for the moment, but only barely. And that's because he's been losing so many villagers. He could try and bail out here early, get out onto this side, maybe time shift a building in onto this position or something like that. As the Terma popping out, they're going to take down a couple of units. Citizens pulling over here, trying to repair. They can dive to both sides if he likes. There's just so many units in, and there's no answers to these Dao Swordsmen. Karabalasa are an amazing answer to the Dao Swordsmen, but he can't get them out, as the citizens now will bail out onto the bottom. Recon has done so much damage. And Suppe is just getting brutalized. While this is all going on, there's also the Yatsa and Najar raids. And the citizen will pull back into the town center. Recon charging in here. And Suppe just says, yeah, nah, that didn't work. A nice try from Suppe, but unfortunately, just a little too slow to make that all work out. I'm not exactly sure if this strategy has been field tested from Suppe. I know he played this one before, but he lost that one as well. But it's a tough strat to make work. And Recon just blew through it. Maybe if the spider layers was spammed, he does have 121 favor. If you just spam them non-stop on this position, then maybe, just maybe, he's able to survive. But unfortunately for Suppe, he is not able to win that first game. Recon, however, off to the races, up 1-0, gets the win versus Kronos with his Fushi. To some degree, it's not the biggest of deals for Suppe. It's a best of 7. It's a best of 7. So losing one game, not the end of the world. You got a China out. China's really strong, so you're all good. Let's jump back over to the draft and see what's going to happen for game number 2. All right, guys. It is set. It is Hades. And it is Blue Lagoon. It is Blue Lagoon. So, set in Hades. Hades picked on a non-water map as everybody rejoices, right? Everybody in the chat? We'll see how this one's going to go. Now, I do like Hades in this matchup, personally. I think this is a great matchup for Hades. I'm not really sure what the set game plan is, apart from cheese. Like if you just roll the dice, right? And let's just say there's like a 10-sided dice, and you're just playing set, and you have 10 different cheeses you can run. If you just roll that dice, and you just say, okay, we're doing cheese number 6 today, or we're doing cheese number 4 today, you just let that be your fate, and you probably give yourself a chance to win. But if you try and do anything else and you try and play a slow recon plan, well, Suppe might be able to just get through it all and punish you in a big way. Yes, Recon. Recon is one of the best Egyptian players currently. And he does say that he likes his set, but I did see him not prioritizing it anymore. So it's definitely not in the top 5 for him, at least according to how he was drafting. But we'll see how he's going to go in this one. The map is Blue Lagoon. It's one of the staples of Set. Set loves this map. Let's jump in and see what's going to happen. Alrighty, off to the races. Blue Lagoon, the map. Recon up 1-0 in the left side as set. Soup in the right side. Going for his herding. Going for the fast Volts of Erebus. We'll see what his plans are in this game. Town center situation, not too bad on the right side. No food here, but there is a gold mine that's quite close. And it's close to his main base as well. Town center on the left side, a little bit better with the back gold mine. There's back hunt here and hunt over here, but it's so far away from his main base that it might be a little risky to go for early on. Recon here. I mean, the game plan, like the stock standard game plan from Recon normally involves some sort of spearman shenanigans early, some sort of pressure. Then he grabs a town center and he plays like a big push mid game. That's generally what he's looking for. But against Hades, well, Hades can just drop sentinels and get watchtowers, and all of those early game units can feel a little bit lackluster. That being said, on this map, there is going to be an option if that is what Soup wants to go for, and he goes for, say, for this town center. Well, there's forward berries, there's forward chickens, the hunt is out in the middle of nowhere. So it's tough if he comes over onto this side. Same deal. Forward chickens, forward berries. The hunt here could get dragged onto this side, and then he's going to be able to eat those elephants and have sentinels, so he doesn't even have to worry about the berries and the chickens. We'll have to wait and see exactly what Recon's plan is going to be. I do imagine we're going to be seeing some sort of an Anubis. Star feels good, but it can get you into some trouble without having those Plague of Serpents and all that other good stuff. The Anubites and faster favor gather rate, etc. We'll see what Recon's going to be going for here. I wouldn't be surprised to see some Shifting Sands Scarab idea if he does go for Star. So that's all Soup has to be thinking at the moment. He's got to go, okay, is my opponent Star or Anubis? If it's Anubis, we're good. If it's Star, we have to worry about the Scarab. If it is the Scarab, just make sure that the Ajax isn't built. And then when the Ajax come through, or sorry, when the Scarabs come through, then you just build the Ajax at the town center that they're Shifting Sands onto, and then you kill off the Scarabs, you're all good. That being said, it is Anubis. And it is going to be a fast second town center from Recon, most likely here. On the flip side, Soup, I have a feeling that he is going to do something crazy. Soup is definitely playing the man here rather than the god, if he is going to be doing something crazy. He is playing the man, not the god. He sees Recon. He knows what Recon likes. This idea from Soup can be really, really strong. Cyclops, Toxotes, Ballistics. It is a strategy that has been powerful since literally day one of Age of Mythology Retold. Continues to be powerful, but it is so all in that in tournament, players tend to not want to try and do it. That being said, Anubis is in. The town center is going to be coming through. Soup has not spotted that. Has not got himself... Well, he does have his Ajax out. He's grabbed himself the Ring of Nibelung here. But the immediacy of Recon, get across the map, and he is raring to go. If he's thinking about this, he is going to go immediately into this back corner searching for Hunt, because Soup, he does love his hunt, and that is exactly what's going to happen. Oh, this is really brutal actually for Soup if he gets spotted. Recon circles around, doesn't go to the hunt, doesn't see the units over there. The Cyclops is in, and this Anubite will retreat. We'll see the villagers in the corner. Could try and jump onto one and try and take them out. Plague of Serpents gets dropped down. Cyclops is coming through. We'll get one smack. We'll get two smacks maybe as the Anubite jumps forward, but the Achilles is now through and will charge after it. Now the snakes getting taken down. Slowly, 5 villagers, one hit a serpent here, so you can take it down relatively quickly. That being said, now the Anubite is out of here. 5 speed versus 5.3 speed is advantage for the Achilles. But with the jump, it's more than enough to get out of there. So, Ares has been slowed down. Soup's affinity for Hunt and loving Hunt has caught him in a little bit of trouble. How much idle time was that? Maybe let's just call it a minute. And there was 9 villages over here. So we'll just call it 10 for my brain to sort of math that out for you. That's 600 resources down the drain for Soup. So serious damage has been done. Meanwhile, though, the return fire coming in as the Achilles can come in and get some idle time back onto Recon. This has got to feel really good. As the Achilles can't really out damage a priest and a pharaoh healing. And the villager will run all the way back to the town center, as now we've got Hippias and Toxotes and Cyclops on the way. Now, with good control here, these Cyclops are very, very strong. Everyone to this side. Ajax gets pulled back. Pharaoh going to get taken out here as well. Recon losing a Pharaoh here means the Cyclops are going to be so huge as the villagers now getting targeted down. Huge damage coming. The Achilles will fall. Can he get the last villager pick hit? Yes, he can. Well, all that early game damage that Recon got from those serpents is now being dealt with. We do have the Anubites coming back in, however, onto the villagers, and that's going to be a big pain as Soup is charging into the main base. Another villager falling. So the revenge fire needs to come through, and Soup, well, he can just run away from this, but he's not going to... He does notice it. One villager down. This is really, really bad for Soup, even after all the damage dealt, because up onto the top, villagers get spotted there. The reason it's bad is your opponent's on 2 TCs. If you lose villagers on 1 TC, that's pain. That being said, is there an Achilles coming through? No, there is the Cyclops in for the defense. The temple was taken down. There's no gold in for the moment, actually, for Recon. There's also a Pestilence that can get dropped in if Soup wants to. As the Cyclops can pick up the Spearman with good control here. It is lights out for the Spearman. No micro on that throw, though, as it's looking like Recon is going to be able to get through this initial push, and the Cyclops will all end up falling. Now Soup has to pull back, reassess. That just was not it. I feel like he could have ran after he killed the temple and tower. Got himself more of an archer ball, and he would have been in a good spot. Onto the backside here now. Little bits of damage to come through as the Anubites will pull back. Little bits of damage coming from the Toxotes to try and take them out. But, I mean, Soup does have himself another attempt to really get some damage done with the Cyclops. You have to remember, it's 65 damage with the throw. Hack damage with the throw. A Spearman, unupgraded, has 142 effective hack armor. So it half HPs them, basically. A little bit less than half HPs them if you connect. So the micro is really important on those throws. If you had 2 Cyclops and you hit them both, then that's 2 they're basically all dead when it comes down to that. As the Cyclops coming through, we'll pick up one. He's got to micro this. And he just throws it off anywhere, and that's just not going to be doing much. He does hit the slingers on the back, but this is reckless aggression from Soup in this game, and Recon is just loving it here. All the units are going to be falling. Soup's got nothing left behind all of this. And, well, from here, what do you do if you're Soup? This Cyclops deal is normally I just make 7 or 8 Cyclops and they kill everything, right? But in this situation now, he doesn't have numbers. He's still kind of equal on military, but I guess one good Cyclops throw is what he's hoping for. More stables coming in, more Toxotes, more pressure. Slingers having a little look-see, defending the push forward. Recon's now onto his second gold mine, though he's still got a little bit of gold left in the main base there, so he shouldn't really be out here. Soup comes forward, gets a bit of damage done. Does have a lot of favor in the bank. He could drop another pestilence down if he wants to. It's not the best use of favor. Does need the food situation to get sorted out. He's into the center of the map for houses and all that other good stuff, building up the death ball. It's the slingers coming forward, spearmen. Maybe looking for a bit of a raid over here, but that's a little on the risky side as well. The Toxotes should be okay against them. Still no upgrades from Recon is making me very nervous for him. So that Nubite gets taken down very, very quickly. This Cyclops is going to die before it gets its throw off. And Soup yet again charging into the meat grinder. I don't believe he's got enough stuff here to win this fight, though. The Slingers, they're getting targeted down quickly by the Hippias. The Toxotes do have the hill. Is there enough stuff here, though? Poor Soup, I don't think he has enough stuff. Achilles goes down and the Toxotes need to start running as more reinforcements are going to be needed, but the fight goes somewhat equal yet again. Soup pulls back. He's got one Hippias, 2 more Hippias coming in. That's going to be enough to push in and maybe take another fight right away. There goes the vision from Recon just to see what's happening. Make sure there's nothing, no funny business going on, no second talent centers. Just wondering if he needs to be aggressive or not. He does see the villagers over on this position, so he's going to look for a raid there. As the Hippias coming up onto the top. The Soup Spidey sense is tingling. Recon going to hit a raid. Soup needs to make something happen very, very shortly. This amount of spearmen to take out these villages, like this might just be game over if he loses all of these. Does have another strong army to push forward. Without any spearmen here, it's going to be tough. And the villagers coming in here, they can go down quickly. Toxotes need to bail from the slingers. They will do so. The villagers pulling back into the main base as Soup charges forward, chasing the villagers over onto that side. As the Cyclops, just one good micro is all he needs. And he does it! He does it! The slingers all go down to next to no HP! The Hippias, does he have enough to kill them all off? No, I don't think he does. But he can take down a lot of them here. Could you imagine if that was 2 Cyclops? Up onto this side, Toxotes are going to have to deal with the Spearmen for the time being. Villagers getting pulled back. Needs to do some shoot and scoot shenanigans. Cyclops coming in onto this position as well, as the Toxotes will end up going down. A little bit of micro as the Cyclops can basically take out the villagers as well, to be completely honest, though. They do have themselves their survival equipment. There's just so many more units here for Recon. Soup trying to get some Vil picks. He's doing a good job of it, but while this is going on, some spearmen in onto this side. Soup can turn around and shank that. That's not an issue. The Cyclops will pick up. Can he hit the villagers? Maybe. No. More Hippias coming in. More Toxotes. More Cyclops. Up onto this top side. Priest's going to go down as the Cyclops will live over here. All Soup really needs to do. You already saw it once. No lead here is safe for Recon. But, well, yeah, just no lead is safe. That's all it is. He just needs two Cyclops and you can kill an entire back line of Slinger. So Toxotes coming in, going to try and target down those priests on the back. Another priest over onto the other side to get taken out. Hippias coming through yet again as the villagers getting under attack. Recon is just trying to get revenge fire in here as the Cyclops to come through. Not attacking the Slinger though. Doesn't get it onto the villagers. The other Cyclops falling. There's units all over the places. Recon is starting to spread out everywhere. Soup just got nothing left here. It's another throw off, but it's not going to be enough. Hippie has taken out the Slingers while this is going on. Raiding the villagers on this gold mine is going to be somewhat big as the Toxotes charging up here to try and help out. Targeting down the Slingers first as the Toxotes can help take out those those spearmen. No upgrades just yet from Soup. He just keeps on trying to force these. Of course, he wants to keep Recon in the classical age. That's kind of the most important thing. But he keeps taking these fights without having the Cyclops numbers. Can Soup catch Recon out, kill off those Slingers? He doesn't really need to have a whole lot over there as the Cyclops coming back in yet again. Here comes Throw. Good micro here is going to be huge from Recon as he does pull back dodges. Great control from Recon on that moment. So Toxotes will take out the Pharaoh on the back. Hippias coming through as the Cyclops is going to attempt to get this throw in. Not able to do so. We'll hit the other side Slinger though and take those back out with one foul swing. It's up onto the top side. The Slingers will spot Soup's sneaky gold mine over here. And Soup will tap out there as the reckless aggression. He tried the reckless boom in game one. Then he went in to reckless aggression in game two. Everything is full send from Soup in these games thus far. Has not worked out. I mean, you saw it. You saw that one moment, that one slip up from Recon. If that happens with 2 Cyclops coming at you, 4 Cyclops coming at you, that's the entire army dead. The Soup just wanted to keep sending those Cyclops forward. I feel like he could have played this way slower. After he killed the temple, after he did a little bit of damage, just pulled back, make 5 Cyclops, get himself a good army in, and then look for a big fight because Recon was in pain from that moment. But Recon manages to survive. And that there is game 2 in the books. So Recon is looking untouchable for the moment. Let's jump back over to the draft and see what we're going to see for game number 3. All right, guys. Our next game is an Amaterasu versus Quetzalcoatl. And it is going to be on step. Alrighty. So far, we've seen Soup go crazy on eco. We've seen Soup go crazy on aggro. Is he going to calm down in this game now and try and play a game that is a little more standard? He's got Quetzalcoatl. He's up against Japan. Japan, good, bad versus the Aztecs. I don't really know. Slingers are OP. No, you saw. I'm trying to explain it, and you guys are just like missing the point the entirety of the time. So I'll break it down even smaller. One throw, and those slingers had 5 HP left. If that doesn't make sense to you, I don't know what else I'm supposed to say. They're terrible units. I'm falling for the rage bait. You're right. I am. It's classic. My chat is full of rage baiters. Bunch of 1,200, 1,000 to 1,200 elo shenanigans. That's all I see. 1,000 to 1,200 elo. Twitch chat, average elo of 900. YouTube's chat starting to lose their average elo of 1,200, but you know, at least we like them. Especially if you've got a purple name in Twitch chat. Those are the ones you don't want to look at very much either. Oh dear. All right, we got ourselves a game 3 here. It's best of 7. It is a best of 7, so Soup can still get this. Can still bring this back. He definitely can still bring this back. But he really needs to calm down on these strats. What I saw from him with his Odin, with his Loki, with his Freyr, with his China, it was all solid. Solid Age Mythology, in my opinion. What I'm seeing from his Kronos is he doesn't feel comfortable playing a regular game with Kronos. What I saw with his Hades, he doesn't feel comfortable playing a regular game with Hades. Not that his strategy with Hades was actually bad. I actually liked it. I think it would have been really, really strong if he didn't go full crazy mode into 5-6 Priest at the very start of the game. He would have been in a great spot. Anyways, 2 games of craziness. Recon is just going to keep on enjoying that. But is this one of those moments where Soup is just setting Recon up? Maybe that's the big brain play here. Set Recon up thinking that Soup is just an insane player. He's going full crazy mode every single time. And then finally, in game 3, he goes, let's lock in, let's play a regular game and maybe catch Recon out. Matarasu versus Quetzalcoatl. What's a regular game for this one, though? Not really sure. I know Soup's got some crazy all-ins with Quetzalcoatl. I've seen that before. We'll have to wait and see. This is going to be step. It's probably going to have a lot of aggression here because it's a very open map. Let's jump in and see what it's going to be. All right, guys. Game number 3. 2-0 right now for Recon. Recon is looking in fine form. Quetzalcoatl is the god for Soup. In the right-hand corner, Recon playing as Amaterasu. The map is step. Relics on the map. Let's see if they're going to have any influence. Skulls of the Cercipes is always a good relic. Any relic where you get free units, you just say, thank you very much. I'll take them. I'll enjoy them. Arrows of Heracles sitting over here with a ranged soldier and hero. Damage of range attack plus 5%. That's nice too. Onto the top side, we have the I Move Faster relic. That is how you pronounce it there. It might not look like it because the letters are a little bit different, but that's how you pronounce it. Extra 2.5% speed for your units. Every unit. And then the Anvil of Hephaestus here on the top side. So some really good relics. In fact, if Recon doesn't spot it, we already spotted it. If Recon doesn't go for it and Soup finds it, well, he's going to really enjoy some incredibly fast units in this game. Oh dear. All right, Temple coming up now for Recon, and he is going to be probably grabbing himself his upgrade to pick up the relics momentarily. Soup on the back. He's got himself his lumber outpost. He's got himself his livestock pen. He's got himself his craft workshop. It is a big, big boom to start off with. But if you do this, it probably means you're not going for a second town center. The second town center on this side of the map, not that good. It's probably grabbable, to like buildable to some degree. If you can say Hephaestus, you can say Ehekaela Kokosakatl. It's Kokos cattle. Nah, I don't think I'm ever going to be able to say that one. I don't even want to try. Amano Uzume! Recon, he's going off script. The Amano Uzume is in. He wants to have those weasels. He wants to have those weasels. Okay, I'm kind of excited to see this one. Soup. The fact of the matter is, like, Amano Uzume is not very good versus Quetzalcoatl. It's not very good versus Aztecs in general. Why? Well, the warrior priests have got 5 speed. That's more than enough to track and chase and deal with the weasels. But what is the point then? Is the point to go for Katagi? Gorehair wands, maybe? Dusu Huehue actually is the god of choice for Soup, which will make his warrior priests move faster. Now the relic monkeys are in. That's actually interesting. You can use the relic monkeys to help his Kamehitachi do some stuff. As Soup, Recon, excuse me, does get himself a second Kamehitachi out. Going to be moving across the map, and in comes the first little aggressive move here as the Kamehitachi is just going to get chased around. And to be honest, isn't all of this just free favor for Soup? It is, right? Every one of those monkeys just he got 4 favor for free there. This is a wild decision from Recon. Kamehitachi is, without question, going to be going down here. Might get a little bit of idle time. Oh, does he get a Vil pick? No. On the top side, going after the villagers here as another warrior priest needs to get in and deal with that. Up onto the top side. Weasel number 1 goes down. Weasel number 2 will end up losing its life as well. And the Naginata Riders coming in as Soup not allowed to get onto his gold mine anytime soon. And here come the Recon villagers happily getting onto a second hunt source there. Maybe Soup, he's so in love with hunt. I don't understand. Just get the chickens. Be safe for a little bit, please. You don't have any units out yet. Noble's Hut, double Noble's Hut as well, so no spearmen, and it's been scouted immediately. As into the main base comes a couple of Naginata Riders looking to try and take out these gold villagers. There's one villager. Oh, no. Gets into the tower. Stays alive for the time being. Onto the top here. Solar shield coming in as the Naginata rider getting destroyed by a deer. He can't push past the deer. That's so funny. All right, but the other 3 Naginata riders will come in, and that will be at least a dead villager. Well, across the map comes the favor donation yet again with these relic monkeys. The Miko to start healing everything up as well. And the warrior priest just chilling for the time being. And onto this spot comes little bits of poke damage. Not able to quite get too much done. Over here, the Kimichin spy just checking things out. So that goes down. Teponatsli drums coming through. Medium Noble's Hut also coming through. And the army of Soup, I don't even think he wins this fight. He's looking to get some revenge kills onto the villagers. And, well, there goes the Tailwind. As this feels like a great usage to pick off a bunch of villagers here. He tries to prevent the escape, but now the army is in. And Soup's still trying to pick villagers. But the Ocelot Warriors, they're going to go down on the back. The Kamatachi going to go down over there as well. And I think this here, it just looks like an easy hold from Recon. Recon did lose a couple of villagers, but lots of units down for Soup. And now, of course, the Samurai forced out. We also do have the Kui Kakali training, as Soup probably wants to make some... If he's going to get that, he wants to make some Coyote Warriors. Coyote Warriors to deal with the Bushi, but there's also going to be Samurai in from Recon now. Amaterasu enjoys the Samurai just in general. But that's a nice counter for those Coyote Warriors. To the top. Recon not actually able to make much happen there. Does distract the army away as into the main base is coming some more Naginata riders. One villager getting picked off as the armory gets denied. Another villager over here as Soup doesn't manage to garrison that villager into this position. The monkey's donating a bunch of Tenali over to Soup again. And, well, we still haven't seen him going into the turrets. If he goes into turrets here, it would be pretty good, I think. And onto this side now. Lots of units to create some problems as the Lullaby does get dropped. You drop Lullaby, you go after the commoners on the back. He's trying to take a couple of units out one at a time as the heroes getting cleaned up. Lullaby finishes, and now, well, Recon's going to be ready to actually fight. The Kamatachi do huge damage to these infantry units as the Coyote Warriors coming around onto the back line trying to take out the Bushi there, but that is an overwhelming victory for Recon, and Soup just taps out. He is not having a good time of it here versus Recon. Recon is just too strong to deal with this craziness. Recon is just playing out of his mind, like he's getting attacked. No, there's just no mistakes being made. Like, if you get attacked like this, most players who get attacked from Soup like this, their macro goes out the window, their decision-making starts getting a bit slipping, they start forgetting simple things like getting walls up or hitting their own types of raids. But this might be a very, very short final as Recon is now up 3-0. It's not over for Soup. It's a lot shorter of a journey to get a reverse sweep than it is to go back to the round of 16 again next week. All right, let's jump back over to the draft and see what's going to happen for game 4. All right, our next map is going to be Gaia versus Noir. We have seen this quite a bit. We have seen the Gaia versus China angle quite a bit. And I don't think the Gaia has been having the best time of it. So, well, yeah, Soup's got to lock in. You all got to send him your energy. You all got to make it known. Isn't this a Gaia favorite matchup? Just go Automaton. If the Gaia player goes Leto, they can go Automaton. But every Gaia player wants to go Oceanus still. It takes a little bit of time for the meta to shift. Or even not even shift, just for people to try different styles. The style has to really not work anymore for people to try something new. So maybe we will start seeing that something new. All right. Recon 1 win away from his ticket to Athens. Soup not having the best time of it. Let's jump into game 4 and see if we can get a game 5. Let's go Ghost Lake. We go into game number 4. Recon, Gaia, and he is doing his now patented no economic guild start. I really like this start. His opponent today in the red color. Soup down 0-3. He has to start pulling something out now. I mean, he probably should have done it already, but it hasn't been working out for him in this series thus far. He's now on his Noir. I think Noir is absolutely fantastic right now. Incredibly strong. Has had a lot of buffs recently. Was probably one of the gods that a lot of players felt was unplayable for a bit. But incredibly strong now. And we'll see how Soup is going to match up against all of this. Well, how Recon is going to match up against all of this, excuse me. Now, I personally love Leto in this matchup. On a 1 gold mine Ghost Lake, yes please. I'll go Leto, I'll enjoy it. You don't have to go 1 town center Leto, you can 2 town center Leto. But he's going to be picking himself Oceanus. Well, I've seen this one a lot. Recon might have another idea here to get out of the issues. And I do think that it has to be something like a classical fight. Recon dropping his mana. This is a really fast advance from Recon, actually. Is it? I think Recon is looking for pressure here. This is a really weird advance. I think he wants to prevent the second town center from going up, but Juan Nu is coming in from Suppe. Suppe here clearly wants the town center, and he can click Vanish and be completely fine. And there's the counter barracks coming down from Suppe. Not from Suppe, from Recon. I'm not exactly sure what that's about. Straight into Terma is my guess. Straight into Terma, and then you're going to be going for Murmillos. But that's not enough to even stop a town center, is it? But just the initial pressure build into what next is the question. Generally, when Recon does this, it's a Terma pressure build into a town center. Suppe, on the other hand, well, he's reading this to some degree. He's advanced pretty quickly, and he's going to be dropping his own military camp to start this game off with. As in comes the Javeliniers. Hero Terma getting converted is going to help him versus that Chillin, but also Chillin can heal back up over time, so it's not the biggest of issues. Suppe here as well is on the front wood line. He's having some issues already to start this game off, as the villagers will get pulled back and he has to go into a different position. Not the end of the world, but not something he really wanted to have happen. Excuse me. Alrighty. Ours is coming up onto the top from Suppe. As the Javeliniers doing what they can over here. Terma coming in from Recon. Wafu just chilling. Now it's going to come over. Throw that big boulder. Meanwhile, the text in Hotep come. Oh, Vanish. Interesting. Wait, does he see the relic? No. It would be funny seeing a hovering relic just come through, but another military camp to come in, and well, Suppe is just struggling to get himself out the early units to compete against this early Terma spam. There goes the military camp attachment. Gets himself a tower in. And the Terma back at it again. But now the Javeliniers' numbers are looking completely fine. And Recon has to move into something else, it looks like. He's going to get himself medium archers, which will give him an extra 1 range. But Javeliniers already sit at 16 range to start with, so it's totally fine. Now this Chillin should really be sitting on top of that Wafu, getting at least some health back, but nonetheless. Pickaxe coming in from Recon. Pickaxe as well coming in from Suppe. I think he's gone for both economic upgrades already as well. Recon a little bit behind the 8 ball where that's concerned. See what Suppe can do, because Recon, I mean, the one thing here that Recon's done that is very good is he's stopped the second town center coming up from Suppe. And here's the thing about China, and I think it's the reason why China is quite strong right now, is that the China favor gather rate was kind of nerfed early game and buffed mid game. But what does that mean if you go for a second town center is it's nerfed before the second town center comes up, and then after the second town center comes up, it's buffed. So there's that. So if Suppe's not on 2 TCs here, happy days. Recon, however, he's wanting his own town center behind this. High Forest also getting dropped. And the Dow will start up as well. Now, I have a inkling here. I have an inkling here that Suppe is going to go crazy yet again. He's making Dow. Dow swordsmen have got one job and one job alone in this matchup. And that's to basically go forward. Never turn back. Always forward, never back. The Terma are going to be searching forward, looking for some raids again. Doesn't know that there's villagers over here, but it will be a nice raid there. But there should be reinforcements coming through from Suppe, so it shouldn't be a big issue for him. But yeah, dropping the double military camps will give Recon a lot of knowledge here. So one Dow swordsman does end up dying to all of those Terma. And, oh, actually, never mind. Town center is coming up over here. That's kind of a surprise. After seeing the four military camps, I expected to see a one town center all in, but Suppe says no. It's time for that second town center situation. Recon will just happily throw down a bunch of walls, get this position locked up, and now start building himself Murmillos. Terma dying, but he's going to be able to get out of here. He's not in the worst of positions, but, I mean, Suppe probably wants to put pressure on. He's got a lot of really strong units. He is going to be looking for a heroic age again. So, this is something that's been somewhat consistent for Suppe. Personally, in this situation, I prefer to just spam out as many Dow as I possibly can and just break this spot, but getting to the heroic age a little bit more safe. And you can see that Recon is just not able to keep up, even though he's in front on the villagers. He is, and he's behind on the military as well, actually. He's just not able to get to the heroic age anytime soon. Suppe, for the moment, has himself his town center, or no town center, his armory. And he is ready to go next stage, moving over into this position to get that gold mine. For the moment, locking off this gold mine is kind of a big deal. There's 1,000 gold left in that main base there for Recon. So here comes Gormang from Suppe. She's going for... That's also strange. Normally it's what's it called? Rusho. And you make your Super Dow swordsman and you live the dream. In this situation, he's going Gormang, which is for White Horse Cav. And we see a third town center from Suppe. Well... It's different. Will Recon spot that, though? He's seen this one. He doesn't have anything on this one. So it looks like he's not going to spot it. Up to the top side, there will be a little bit of pressure over here. And if there's one thing that Ace's Husk Suppe likes to do, it's greed out economy or go absolutely crazy in attack. This villager over here does get caught out. Nice little pick. And Suppe needs to come back up here and deal with this, but he does pull his villagers back to safety for the time being. Villagers back into the main base, can jump onto herdables and things like that. Do have Mountainous Might coming through from Suppe as well, so he can use those Kwafu to fight just a little bit if he wants to. Up onto this side, spots that Kwafu. That's going to have to bail. I think he's quite going to be able to get in there and get a pick. Meanwhile, up onto this side, however, Suppe's third town center has been spotted. And Recon, I got to imagine, it's a simple game plan here. It's take this out as fast as he humanly can. Over onto this side, though, the village is getting pulled back. One villager goes down. Oh, the peasants over onto this side to try and finish off that building, but Recon deals with that. It looks like Recon does want a heroic age in himself. Kind of feeling like Rhea might be his best bet here for Super Murmillos. Terma coming back up to the top side. He does decide to go for Thea. And I think this sort of an approach from Recon, I don't know, if Soup can keep everything together, I don't think it's going to work. In fact, these Kwafu can literally just turn around and fight, right? He does catch one out. Pop the other guys out and shoot. There he goes. See, look at the damage now. Wait, does he not have ballistics still? No ballistics. The ballistics Kwafu. It's a necessity. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if he just turned and fought that, he probably would have killed them all. Or at least the turn would have had to leave. Anyways, upgrades coming through for Soup. His economy will start to kick into overdrive. So the term is still getting more damage. You got 3 Kwafu over on this side. Now they just start sending those boulders in. I think that Soup is going to be losing a couple of units here, and the units just pop through and they say no retreat here either. There's also the Caladrius healing, so there's a little bit more survivability here, but I think all the Terma will end up falling. Recon's going to get himself that 3rd town center over here. Onto the bottom side. Soup is breaking forward and trying to get in here. Recon's barracks goes down. Next barracks also going to be falling. Or the town center is going to be falling. Everything under attack. Citizens dying. And Recon needs to get down here and actually defend this, because this is where Soup can really pull this game back. Stymphalian birds trying to come through. No medium infantry. Oh, sorry, not medium infantry. Heavy infantry in just yet. Is going to be allowing Soup to get more of a push happening, but Soup says, nah, let's pull back, no worries. Up onto the top side again, more raids to come through as the Kwafu. I mean, what do? Turn and fight? And that's a little bit of a different story when it's Contarius versus Kwafu. One Contarius goes down. No Contarius. No, one Kwafu goes down. So Contarius still getting healed up as well. He tries to throw the boulders at the Caladria, but they don't do any damage either. That's a huge amount of damage onto the Kwafu there. Soup is taking so much. He's taking so much damage. Like I said, Contarius, they got a high pierce armor. What are you doing? Trying to charge in onto this position while this is all going on, though. Still no heavy infantry for Recon. That's got to be a mistake. I mean, Recon is just looking out of this world strong in this series. Terma gets taken out. Soup charging forward, ready to take down the military barracks. Tarius will get taken out, and Soup says it's time to go to try and take this army down. But the Stymphalian birds in this position, they're going to be doing huge damage. The army here for Soup has to pull back because it's just too much stuff. These Javelineers don't do anything versus Heavy Murmillo, Heavy Contarius, and everything else. And at this point, Suppe is still building Kwafu. We've got a Carnivore getting dropped onto the back. Recon is just looking untouchable. More units coming in as well, as Recon was taking that fight without even having all of his population here. And Suppe gets pushed off of this, and he's going to be off that gold. He does charge into his town center where the forest protection is. It's always scary to sit on a forest protection, and Recon will respect it this time. I don't know if he needs to, but he will. All of his units are quite low HP. He does still have a couple of Caladrias to heal everyone up, but he will be able to do that. And on top of this, the simple solution for Recon is go Heroic Age. He can go Hecate, he can go Atlas, it doesn't matter. He is going to be picking Atlas. Back to the top side again, Contarius. They're looking to take out that same pack of Kwafu. What do you call a pack of Kwafu? A school of Kwafu? A horde of Kwafu? I don't know. But this time, Suppe does run. That's so much damage. He loses so many here. Brutal raids. A cluster of Kwafu? I like that. He's just losing everything everywhere. I don't know what Suppe can really do versus an implode either. There's now still no destroyers actually in from Recon. I think he should be thinking about building those, but nonetheless, Suppe still has all of these Javelineers. In fact, he's still building more Javelineers. The one unit he does not need in this game is a Javelineer. Meanwhile, Recon's going to try and slap a palace down right under the nose of Suppe. Suppe is managing to get up to the Mythic Age himself through Gong Gong, but, I mean, what does that even do? Oh, he does get spotted. Palace will attempt to come up. 20 seconds remaining. The Quaff, they do so much damage. When you don't have a crazy amount of Pierce Armor, those do so much damage. Oh. Contarius, the ice was slippery. They couldn't move. The ice was slippery. And up to the top now, the Destroyers. They are in. And they are going to be making short work of this fortified town center. No Masons in just yet. Destroyers will come and hit the top side as well. And well, Recon has done this before. I saw, what was it? The Throne of the Titans final? Was Recon versus Kavoth from memory. Was it? I can't even remember. It's been too long ago. And Recon would do this thing where he'd go left side, right side, left side, right side with his Destroyers. And it's so hard to defend. That's exactly what he's going to be doing now. Split up, getting damage done, getting raids done. He's all over Suppe now, and the front position, this town center will be falling, and that's going to be a dead, not just a dead fortified town center, but also a dead forest protection as well. The top side Destroyers getting pushed back. And Recon's Gaia just looks so insanely strong. Town center down. Kwafu down. The clay peasant's getting dropped. As Suppe just had so much favor in the banquet. That there is the game, and that there is Recon. He manages to get through Suppe. He managed to get through Grass. He managed to get through Garneth. Congratulations to Recon. We will be seeing him. You will be seeing him in Athens, your first qualifier. He is going to be joining the Mister. He is going to be joining Kavoth. He is going to be joining the Rapple in Athens. There's 4 confirmed. We've got 4 more to go. Let me see if I can get Recon in to have a few words to me before we wrap up the stream. I didn't actually set this up already, so I don't know. I'll just have a quick ask. But man, Recon undefeated today, right? That's wild. I'm going to give him a ring. I'm going to do it like this. Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Hello, hello.
Congratulations, Recon!
Thank you.
What a solid day of Age of Mythology. My God, you didn't lose a game, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I actually felt like I'm playing good today for once.
Well, yeah. I mean, let's just go through your road to Athens run, because that seems like we got to get some memory for how it started. I think that's a good place to start off with. You versed Garneth in round 1. How did it feel? That was a series that I was watching going, you're going to lose this. Recon this is going to, we've already seen one upset. This is going to be another upset. And then you watch a stream of villagers walk into your base. I feel like we talked about this already, but I want you to tell everyone what was going through your brain then in that one moment.
I don't know. I didn't actually realize they were there for a while. But then I was thinking about it after the game, because people kept saying like, "Why did he do that? He's just thrown the game." But I felt like it kind of made sense if you're in his position, because I kept running around the side with my cav, right, raiding, and he's just
Yeah.
like, "I don't want to deal with this repeatedly. I can't push because he's gonna raid me." So he just sent everything.
Yeah. All right. And then the next game was against B, and that's always, doesn't matter who you are. It's always a incredibly tough series versus B, because you just don't know what he's going to do. Did you feel that? Or were you like, oh no, this is just another kind of Age of Mythology player playing Age of Mythology, and I kind of get it. And you beat him 3-1,
I mean,
so
it's B playing AOM, right? It's not
yeah.
B playing AoE4 or something. He's more committed to that, I think.
Yeah.
So I did feel like I'm better, but the Kronos Gaia game, was it?
Yes.
He played that really well, so I don't know. Yeah, he's really good at AOM too, apparently.
Yeah. He could really play, man. Well, we'll see how he goes for the rest of the tournament. And then you got Grass, and that was a short series. That was 3-0. I don't think anything went wrong for you in that series.
I I played Grass in Throne of Titans, right? And I lost 0-2 to him there.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I was a bit worried about playing him again. But I think when I lost to him, he outdrafted me.
Mm.
And then today I got really lucky and I couldn't have made a better draft than I got today against him. So yeah.
Yeah, sometimes that draft comes in to sort of bite you to some degree. Like, if you can play all the gods, it doesn't really matter, right? Like if your name's Recon, it doesn't really matter. You can play whatever you want, and you're probably gonna have a good series. But if you're not playing every single god, like I know Grass still hasn't added in the Chinese at the moment, and that hurts if you can't pick those off. At least take them
Yeah.
away
I
from your
mean,
opponent.
it was the third pick. I think I stole his Odin, and I didn't even really want to play it. I just didn't want him to have it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's quite easy to, if you know someone's a Norse, like really prioritizes the Norse, you just don't, you're not allowed them. All right. Well,
Yeah.
then we have this soup game, and well, speaking of the draft, let's talk about it. I haven't seen 2 Norse bands.
I mean, it's soup, right?
I haven't seen, but
His Norse is like so good, actually.
yeah, he's been, I've been watching the soup games. The Heimdall games have just been, I mean, with some exceptions of just like brain farts here or there, they've been so clean. I kind of wanted to see you dealing with it, but guess you don't want to.
No, I don't want to play against that. I think it's really strong. Like his build
Yeah.
with the early hearses, and then his macro behind it. I guess he's played enough Norse games that he can manage to balance his eco properly for like a second TC in a good timing.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
What did he do against Mosca? He went like 2 berserks and then he just went back and took a TC or something.
Yeah, I think he dropped. I think he dropped the longhouse. He might not have. He might have just built it out of the town center. I don't know. But it's quick safeguard, quick Rigsthula, and then town center after the early pressure. I mean, it makes sense. This has kind of been somewhat the game plan for Norse versus Japan since like the release of Japan. But
Hmm.
yeah,
Yeah,
it works so well. It's so clean.
I don't mind playing against Thor and Freya as much
Mm,
because they're like a bit slower, right?
yeah.
Especially if you go for the. I mean, Soup doesn't care about his armor. He actually just does a haste rush with 4, but still.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing. He just does. He just misses out on Heimdall, so it's a little bit weaker.
Yeah.
All right. Well, what else happened in this series? Was there anything that sort of caught you off guard? You were a little bit like, "Ooh, that's a bit strange." It was all strange from my
Um,
side, but
Soup's free TC. I mean, first of all, I hate playing against Kronos. I don't know if I've told you this before,
yeah.
but even on land, like I'm scared of Crush. Like Crush is I think it's so good. So I was worried about that, and I was like thinking I need to age up fast and get the
Mm,
Nejar out, whatever you,
yeah, yeah.
to like defend Crush maybe. But then I scouted early with my Pioneer. I saw a mana, and I'm like, okay, and then I can just do a normal age up and just take a TC. And then I saw his third TC, and I already had my production down, and I'm like, okay, good luck. I don't know if you can hold this.
Yeah, it is a little bit like that. Like, I mean, the thought process is okay. If I catch my opponent in a sort of position they have to go all in, I can just spam down those spider layers in the right spot. Then sure, you can't really push because you're just going to lose like 8 units, lose 12 units, lose 16 units, and it's just over. And the third town center pays itself off, and then you're just behind or whatever. But in that situation, I think it was just a little slow to realize that you were coming to attack that top town center. That's the problem, right? You can go anywhere, but
Yeah. And like my production's super close to his third,
yeah,
right? Because
yeah,
just where I built it happened to be in the right place. And then my hero, my Yatsa, went on a killing spree on the bottom of the map. Got
yeah.
like
That's
I
right.
don't know, like
Yeah,
10 citizen kills or something.
crazy, crazy. I mean, that's when you're getting attacked, like anything. And if you're attacking someone, attack them somewhere else as well, and you probably get a ton more value. It's been true since day one.
Yeah, that was insane value from those. Like I don't know.
It's like,
It's kind of hard to defend, I guess.
yeah, it is hard. If you're getting it, you got to somehow protect your town center. You got 15 idle villages over there. The other one's getting attacked. You don't get notified. It's all a mess.
Yeah.
Anyways, congratulations. I'm gonna see you in Athens. You don't have to
Yep.
worry anymore. Like this is
No, it's a big relief. Like
yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, to some degree, it's a relief. You don't get all those practice games in. So Soup gave you the 4-0 so that he can come back next week. He can play another round of 16 and get to the finals, get a whole bunch more games in for practice. It's the real way to go about it, right?
Yeah, I guess after Plague would come off, right? He's not doing anything either.
Sounds like fun.
Oh yeah, playing Kavaf is very fun.
Oh, dear. All right, Recon. Congrats, man. I'll talk to you later to organize some stuff, but for now, go and enjoy. I'll see you later.
All right, see it. GG's.
GG's, boy. Alrighty, guys. Unfortunately, that is going to be it for me today. I am going to get some sleep. We will be getting out a bracket for you very, very shortly for next week, and we'll see how that's moved around. It does move around. The seedings do move around because players' AOM stats tournament ELO has moved around as well. So we'll get that sorted for you as soon as possible. Get the bracket out and see you soon. But for now, I'm out. Enjoy the rest of your day, week, shenanigans. I might see you tomorrow. I might not. I don't know yet. Love you all.